Let's go. Let's get it in. What is up, beautiful people? Right now, all I can say is I am quite happy that I pressed the button and all the volume went to where it was supposed to. We're going to find out later if it continues to work. I'm not going to hold my breath because I think my Stream Deck somehow broke. Maybe I spilled something on. I don't know. I have no idea. Anyways, I hope everybody's doing well tonight. I am very late, so I'm assuming the leftovers. What's up? What's up? I like that. I like it. I like it. We'll see if it sticks. Remember when the right and the center has collapsed? The leftovers will be there to save us all. Imagine. Man, I tell you what. It's been years, right? Like, it's been years since Donald Trump has been in office. I feel like it has been. My dog's having fun back there. Yeah, it's been a long week. Sorry for being late. I was editing some videos for Ernie. He's got some good ones coming out. Ernie has a video on, what did I just do? War Machine. He's doing like there's a whole ass like 45-minute long form video on War Machine that I think is pretty dope. I think you guys will like. And then I was working on one by 3D Man just now. So I hope you all are watching these because he's putting in a lot of work and I'm putting in a lot of work editing them. So I hope everybody is watching those because they're really good. I just want to say, and I feel okay talking about this because I mean, y'all are from the Blurred Koa anyway, so I know you guys read comics. I need to know why nobody told me War Machine was that dope. Like, War Machine is a really dope, so I've like read him in Avengers and stuff like that, but that volume 2 where he's like a cyborg and shit, that shit is so dope. Like, I read through that, as you go through and you look for images, so you can make the video. And I just got stuck. I was just reading it. I wasn't even editing anymore. That shit is so dope. But yeah, I looked up and I'm like, oh, fuck. And I saw the time and I hadn't even prepared. And that was this close. I was this close to being like, yeah, fuck it, man. I'll stream on Friday or I'll stream tomorrow. I'm like, I can't. Like, I'm really trying my best to not let 2 planned days in a row, right? Because I already didn't on Friday, and so I'm definitely going to stream.
But I can take you anywhere, everywhere. All equally real, all equally unreal.
That's the music. I was like, is that Rick? I don't know if y'all can hear the music. The music has a little sample with Rick talking over it. All right, so what are we gonna talk about today? Not a lot of news. So like I said, we usually go over like more like written stuff, and I'm not written stuff, but like educational stuff, and just we'll do some videos and stuff like that. So this week we're gonna focus a little bit, not so much on the headlines of Donald Trump, but like some like conversations around what he's done. And I have a couple videos out. This music is not gonna work for me. That's not good music. I need like a long one that's like this. 12 hours. Here we go. What's this? Okay. All right. Yeah, that'll work. We'll do that one. So what do we got? Came here to flex my pockets. That's what's up. Subscribe to Tier 1. Yeah.
Fighter jets.
You can't see it. You can't see it.
Even if it's right next to it, it can't see.
That's what's up. That's what's up. 29 Tier 1 subs. That's awesome. Thanks, homie. Lo Tigre. I appreciate the Tier 1 subs. Speaking of Tier 1 subs, Obviously, if you're on the YouTube side, you can't show much love over there because I'm not monetized. So there's no super chats or anything, but there is the Streamlabs tipping. And as we say on the Blurred Cave all the time, if you would like to tip to the channel and all of your donations go through 100%, then use that. Otherwise, you can, do your regular type of donos, as they call them, on the Twitch side. But if you do that on the Twitch side, they're going to take half. So if you want to do it on Streamlabs, that's cool too. Aside my wife and military, this is the longest commitment I've had. For real, right? I was actually talking about that with I was talking about that with the Maneater. My brain gets mixed up because I want to use her like a government name. Like, no, don't stop. And then it's like, so my first marriage was 9 years. And for the longest time, and we got divorced when I was 28. And for the longest time, I hadn't been in, that was like the longest relationship I'd ever been in. And then afterwards you dated, I think my longest serious relationship after the divorce was like 2.5 years or something like that. And this year will be 11 years that me and Manny have been together. So like last summer, we officially broke my longest relationship because we have been together 10 years. But yeah, this summer will be 11 years. Not married, but that's my fault. We could have been married long before that, but I was a scaredy cat. It took me a long time. So we don't really count the married part because we were together. Like she moved around with me. It's like she did, you know what it's like, Cypher. You know what it's like. It's like, okay, she's pretty much my wife. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Let's see. Where did it go? There it is. All right. So of course we're gonna look at the news with Democracy Now, and we're just gonna go over a couple headlines that came out over the news over the weekend. Because today's not the Fallout report, I think what I'm gonna do is, if Democracy Now covers any of the headlines that I had pulled and were ready to talk about, like, because on Mondays it would only be what happened over the weekend, then I'm just not going to talk about it. But we do have some stuff to talk about. Benjamin Dixon put out a video today. Wake up, America, we're under attack. A former Republican is speaking out against Donald Trump. And all right, bet. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the alert though. And then 60 Minutes did a segment. The video you posted about solidarity. Oh yeah, that last one. Thank you. I appreciate it. It upset some people. It was not well received by all, but that's okay. People are allowed to have their feelings on it. Yeah, or that. 60 Minutes did a thing on Trump and Musk and what happened with USAID. Business Corp, Richard Wolf did a thing on where we're headed. And Legal Eagle, I don't know if you all know Legal Eagle. You sure he's a former Republican? Perhaps he's a plant. I love it. Nobody does No True Scotsman like a Republican. Nobody. Like they couldn't even like wrap their heads around storming the like. Remember when they were all Antifa? You guys are still salty you lost. Yeah, actually, yeah. I can't believe I lost. We've been losing, and now we're yeah, you want to like watch. I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna get banned. The only problem with Twitch is that there's no age restriction. Like if there was a platform that wasn't porn, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. That I could just be like, I guess I just can't I can't handle children. Is that ageist? I feel like that's kind of ageist, right? Like usually we're sensitive ageist towards like older people, but I feel like I might have an ageism problem. And I think it comes with being a dad. It's like my kids are 23 and 21. My daughter will be 24 and 21. My daughter will be 25 this year. So if you're 17, like I respect you and I want to be able to talk to you and I want to, you know what I mean? Like pick my brain. But if you're going to like try to be like, you're an idiot or some shit, like I'm just going to think you're not a smart person. And it's kind of only based on your age, I feel. And I don't know if that's right. Also, I'm tripping because you're rocking a solid white tee. Very New Yorker. I just need a chain. I just need a chain with a cross right here. And then, you know, that's why I'm sort of Rican. Cause I'll come out Puerto Rican and then just be like, but you're missing like that one thing. And it's like, yeah, see, sort of. I get there, but just not all the way, you know? I don't got the chain with the cross. And the handprint tattoo with a rosary. My brother has that. Trump is the man. Do you guys ever find it weird? Abazaba. Do you guys ever stop sometimes and go, like, I like Trump. Like, Trump is dope. Okay, cool. That's fine. But do you ever like me like, I feel like it's kind of weird that we're like borderline worshiping him though. Like, you don't just like him as a president. You don't just sit there and go, oh, the way that I think the country should be ran, and the way I think the country should be ran, he's running it that way, and I think he's a good president for doing so. That's normal. I think everybody, you know, feels that way about the president there. But you guys, this is like your Michael Jackson or your Jesus. I'm dating myself. You know, I'm assuming you don't know who Michael Jackson is. Michael Jackson is, he was popular like way before you were born. And you should Google him. He was a huge pop star. No more streamer budget from Progressive Victory or the DNC. Please tell me you're kidding. Where am I going to get my money from? Where am I going to get, someone, can you get George Soros on the phone? I need you to get George Soros on I need this confirmed ASAP. Abba Zaba. I know who MJ is, King of Pop. He would have been a Trump guy. Yeah. Pedophiles are like huge fans of Trump for some reason. I don't know why that is, but you're right. I don't doubt it. Billionaire pedophile? Yeah, of course. Trump is the guy you meet in college who you tolerate, but don't lend money to or bring him around your sister. Yeah, for real. You know, Trump is the dude who is like a complete moron, and you spent your whole life ignoring him, and then one day he becomes like the president. Oh no, that's exactly who he was. Analogies aren't supposed to be like real life. My bad. You believe the BS lies about MJ? You don't? Why don't you believe them? Like what have you like kind of like in like taken in to where you said, no, I do not. It's been proven that was a load of BS. Proven. Nice. I wasn't. You should like make a video on like your experience combing through the evidence, and you know the work that you did on coming to that conclusion. That's good. Typical lefty. Yep. All those leftists just lying. Just can't stop lying. Same reason he doesn't believe the Trump allegations. Well, he has to believe the Trump allegations because that was proven in civil court. Yeah, he is civilly liable for rape. So, and he's a felon. So his president is a unfortunately our president, but his favorite president is a felon and has been held civilly liable for rape. Like, this is the kind of people, and of course he doesn't believe Michael Jackson, What do you think about Bill Cosby, Yabba Zabba? He probably lied about him too, right? Did you get a chance to check the video I dropped in Discord? Ooh. Sorry, I'm getting stun luck. Cosby did it. Dad, come on. Just say what you really feel. You don't have to tap dance. This is a safe space. We're all left. We're not liberals. Call us like leftards, maybe. I don't know. It's not difficult to examine evidence. Yeah, anytime there's like court proceedings or anything like that, evidence is always available to the public. Like, I can just go to an evidence room, check it out, observe it. You know what I mean? Get it tested by an expert. It's never like, when I look at evidence, it's never, what channel did you put it in, John Stewart? Whenever I look at evidence, it's never already through the lens of whoever's showing me, ever. Right? That's like expert weird uncle on Facebook. Yeah. When you get older, Abba Zabba, you're gonna like realize how much information is given to you through the lens of somebody else, even documentaries. You know what I mean? And then you're gonna sit there and you're gonna ask yourself, wait a minute. What is the what method do I use to assess whether my information is reliable or not? You know what I mean? And I don't think you have an answer to that right now. Beyond, do I already agree with it? Right? I mean, it doesn't, you got to do better than that. Bold of you to assume he's going to grow up. Yeah, no shit. Like, bold of us to assume any of us are going to grow up with RFK in there. You know what I mean? I heard Louisiana's going to stop their vaccination program or something, or they're going to stop mass vaccinations. So, yeah, poor Abba Zabba is probably not going to even see his 20s. And that sucks because like the 20s is like, that's peak. My peak, I think I peaked at 31. 31 was like the time of my life. Best shape I've ever been in. International. Okay, let me see. Oh, yeah. That's a good one. 28 for you. 28 for me too, actually. If I'm not, the only reason why I don't say 28 is because that's when I went to the schoolhouse. More fixated on age than I am. Projecting? What do you think projecting means? Like, how are you using that right now? 28 would have been peak for me as well, except I left for the schoolhouse. So a lot of cool shit happened while I was in the schoolhouse. As you know, the area doesn't just because you have gray hairs doesn't mean you're wise. You're right. You're absolutely right. I'm not wise because I have gray hairs. I'm wise because I'm smarter than you. Herbert Field, your insecurity, you're projecting your insecurities about age onto me. I never mentioned age. You did. No, I don't think you understand what projection is then. The idea that I like the way you are talking is letting me know you're a young person, right? Just like the way that you are typing in the chat lets me know that you're either a young person or you're developmentally delayed, probably. And it's okay if you are. Like, that wouldn't be something I'd make fun of you on. But I'm just trying to let you know that since you are a young person, then you should probably understand that there's a lot of things that you haven't understood. The way you're talking lets me know that you'd never say half this stuff in person. Do I look like the kind of guy who wouldn't tell you this in person? Come on. That might work for other people, but I promise you that doesn't work for me. Come on. Stop. You're being silly now. You're being a silly goose. It's always fun seeing real engaging battles about against the hopelessly outmatched. I know. I actually do feel bad though, because it's like, it's never like, especially on Twitch, just because of the age range, right? It's never somebody who's like real, who can really just give it, fuck it, give it to me, and then I'm like, man, like I've already clocked that he's a very young person. Why am I still going? I don't know. Probably because I'm bored. You're definitely the type of guy to be humble in person. Internet gave you guys a false sense of badassery. I don't think you believe that. Hey, puppy. I don't think you believe that, buddy. You don't. Yeah, you don't. You don't. I will say that there are a lot of people like that, and you're right. You're absolutely right. Now, I'm glad you did that. Actually, I'm so glad. It's a learning moment, right? It's a teachable moment right now. That is projection, right? Like projection's not just like some people use projection as a way to be like, nuh-uh, I know you are, but what am I? You know what I mean? Like you're saying that because that's what you think, right? No, that's not. Projection is like right now, you know that you wouldn't tell me any of this stuff to my face. And I'm not even saying I would do anything. I'm not trying to act like I'm a badass, right? But I know I'm a guy that typically is not somebody who is going to want to start a fight with me. Even big guys, guys who know how to fight, wouldn't want to have a fight with me, because it's like, first of all, who the fuck wants to get hurt in a fight? Fighting is pretty stupid anyway, right? So like, but if you come up to me and you're like, I think I could beat this dude's ass, but it's not going to be easy, right? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, who the fuck would want to like go home with a broken hand, even if they won? Even if they beat me, you think they're just going to come out clean? No, they're going to have a broken hand. They're going to have a missing tooth. It's going to be stupid, right? So I know that you wouldn't say a goddamn thing to my face, right? And or if you did, it'd be because there's like space. Maybe you're in a car driving by, or you're on the other side of the street or something. But if I went up to you and I wanted to engage you in conversation, you would do this kind of like laughing thing. You would do this thing where you kind of laugh like, whatever, man. And you just keep walking away. It's like it's happened to me before, you know? And so because you know that's the truth, when you look at me and the camera and you feel your insecurities levels rising, when you look at a man like me and you're like, this dude, like I've been lied to. Like everybody says that liberals are like weak ass little blue-haired guys. And by the way, if you're a little blue-haired guy, I think that's dope. That's the difference between a liberal, a conservative and myself is I don't judge anybody just because they don't look like me. That's a Republican problem, buddy. That's a Republican problem. But the fact that you wouldn't say this to my face, again, it makes you tell on yourself, because then you spit out something silly that me, a not small guy, a guy who's been in fights, a guy who's a 23-year combat veteran, is somebody who wouldn't tell you that Trump sucks. Like, what if I said something like, let's say I was breaking TOS. Let's say I was being crazy on here, right? Maybe you're right. Like I'm over here talking about if I was doxing you or doing some other fucking crazy shit that you're not allowed to say on Twitch, you know? If I was talking like crazy, I think you would have a point. Like, you wouldn't tell me you would do XYZ to me if you were in person. That's not a normal thing. You're just doing that because you're online. That's fair. But all I said was like, I'm being condescending to you. I'm being a smart ass to you. And I haven't said anything that I would not absolutely say to your face. And you know what? You wouldn't say anything to me back. See, now you've been in fights and using the veteran card. Let's pretend that isn't stolen valor. What do you mean it's stolen valor? I didn't pull any of that. That's all you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I didn't say anything insulting. I just commented that you were young, and I would absolutely tell you that to your face. If you came up to me, I'm like, hey, guy, it's okay. You know, man, I don't really get in the habit of debating. Oh, I'm doing it now, but that's only because you caught me on a good day. I typically don't get into debates with high schoolers. I think that's weird. That's weird. And I'm being weird right now. See, this is self-reflection. I'm like, damn, I just got myself. Stolen valor. Stolen valor. You know, there was a day that would really fucking piss me off. I'm glad I've kind of... You can't say... What's up, Blaze Faust? You can't say that I'm not proud of my military service and I shouldn't have done the things that I did in Afghanistan. And I think that America is imperialist power. Like, you can't say that I've outgrown that weird attachment that I had to my service and then get mad when somebody's stolen valor. I think what kind of like gets me angry when I hear that is less about my service and more about that I'm just being called a liar, like outright. You know what I mean? For nothing. I don't know why that bothers me so much. That's interesting. And that's how you know if you'd upset me or not, because I'll let you know. Like, I don't really care if you're like, I got him. Like, I'm just having fun. This is just content right now. But when you said stolen valor, that one kind of like, But then I gotta remember, like, okay, who gives a fuck? Stop it, Robo, stop. I'm like, oh man, if only I could dox. I'm gonna go to a hacker school one day just so I can like. Has anybody seen that video series where like the dude goes on like Omegle and stuff and you can see it in your eyes? Okay. All right. You got me. You upset me. I'm upset. I can't hide it. You got me. Hide user. There we go. So you know that has anybody here seen that dude that he'll go on Omegle and then as soon as somebody calls him the N-word, he tells them their address and shit? Is that weird? Is that real? Because if that shit is real, I need it. I want it. I wouldn't do anything with it. I'm not a crazy person. I wouldn't show up to anybody's house or mail anything that's going to put me in prison because nobody is worth my freedom. Nobody. But I just want to fucking say someone's address to their face and watch. How fucking dope would that be? Like, what did you just say? What? 724 Highwood. Does that mean anything to you? That's right. Shut the fuck up. Like, that's the only way you can flex. You've seen Kermit the Frog on Omegle? I bet you have. You mean you fell for propaganda and were used by an evil, power-hungry state, however questionable, at least you acknowledge it and did 360. Yeah, 100%. 100%, Rez. 100%. 100%.
F-35s, fighter jets.
You can't see it. You can't see it.
Even if it's right next to it, it can't see.
Smoke One Kenobi, 10 subs. That's what's up. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support for real. Kermit the Frog. I seen that one. Okay, yeah. Actually, we'll start off with this, John Stewart. So here's the thing about this. Let me set this up, and we're gonna kick it off. I'm sorry for that stun lock there. You know what's a kind of embarrassing is that I already knew he was a teenager, and I couldn't stop myself. I couldn't stop myself. I don't remember if I was finishing what I was saying. Yeah, Rez. I was definitely still in the military when I was clocked out. I was this is fucked, right? But at that time I only had 2 years left to get my full retirement, and I was fully disqualified. I wasn't gonna deploy again. So I was taking Adderall, my back is fucked, I had hip surgery. It was like there's no real chance of me going to do what I've already done. So I'm just gonna finish this out. I'm gonna get my pension, I'm gonna have my disability. But yeah, it's nothing I can say that I look back and Like, how can you get PTSD from doing a thing and then say you're proud of your service? Like, no. You know why you have PTSD? Because you weren't supposed to be doing it, man. That's your brain letting you know that should not have been something you went through. Because it looked cool to me. That's why I almost joined the Marine Corps, actually. That's why I almost joined the Marine Corps, literally, because my dad was a Marine. I always thought the Marine Corps uniforms were dope. And they couldn't ship me out in time because me and my parents got into this big blowout, and I had been academically disqualified from the college I was going to. And so I left to join the military, and I was going to join the Marines. And they're like, I think it was July at this time. And they're like, we can get you out like September, October. Things are pretty full right now. I'm like, let me go see what the Air Force people have to say. Air Force said, well, we can ship you out like in 2 weeks. And I'm like, done. And let me tell you something. I should never have joined. I wish I had the mentality I have now 30 years ago. But having joined the military, I'm glad it was the Air Force. Telling you that right now. All right, let's watch this. All right, so let me set this up. Live and learn. Yeah, 100%. Let me set up this video real quick for everybody. Oh man, I should have played this with all the Trumper people that were in here, buddy. What are you doing? I should have played this for all the Trumper people, because this is actually way more beneficial for them. No, you know what? It's not, because to them, no. They would just be like, he's wrong. He's lying. That chart looks too confusing for me anyway. So if I can understand it, it's a lie. But I want to set it up. Is this guy? His name is Mentally Divine. He is a lib. He's not a leftist. So you got to kind of like, filter it through with that knowledge. He's a dude that really liked Biden and wasn't like voting for Harris because, hey, the lesser two evils type shit. He was voting for Harris because Harris is, yeah. And so, what are you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? But I do still follow him because I would say he's definitely one of the good guys in the lib space, right? He's socially aware. He's, smart on race issues and stuff like that. So I don't do that thing where if like, unless you're a socialist, you're not cool. Yeah, I don't listen to you. I'm like, nah. I just know I need to filter it out. You know what I mean? Just like when the socialist is white, I gotta know that I gotta filter some of that, because whatever analysis they have is going to be automatically be through a white lens, and I'm gonna have to look at that more closely. My older bro was career military, thought of joining myself during high school, but realized I had problems I needed to solve myself as opposed to the military. Yeah, smart. Damn. How long ago was that? I bet you, that sounds like you're a smart dude. I think about shit like that sometimes, by the way. I think about when I see, but here's the deal is, I think about when other people like yourself tell me the shit that you were thinking about when you were 18, 19, whatever. I see people out there, activists. I see people talking in front of Congress or in front of the UN. I see people wanting to run for office or have YouTube channels that are talking about political issues. And you saying you at that age said, you know what? I got issues that I really need to figure out on my own and not take the easy way out. And I'm thinking me, if it was easy, it was for me. And I wasn't thinking about shit else. I'm like, God, I think I was pretty dumb. I used to think I was smart. It was like, wow, you're real smart. You get good grades. I'm like, grades don't mean shit, man. I was dumb. Where am I looking for? Oh yeah, this right here. I don't know what to call it. We're just gonna delete it. Okay. Yeah, see, my stream deck's broken. That's sad. Now I know what to ask for Christmas for Maneater. Put the browser up. It's interesting looking from an outside perspective how much the military has a chokehold on Americans. You are not lying. That is 100% truth. It is just like gun culture. the United States has perfected perfected just ingraining certain things into our culture, like making it like just in there, you know what I mean? And it's almost like you can't separate American culture, you know, from it. It's just that is a part and parcel of it, you know? And we put the military in our movies. We have the military are always the good guys, because if y'all didn't know this, the Department of Defense will allow movies like Transformers, for example, to use aircraft and tanks and all that stuff. But of course, they're not going to give that money and that allowance to anybody who's making the military look bad. So all of our media is going to have the military people being the heroes and all that stuff. These motherfuckers show up in your high school in job fairs. You know what I mean? Like, who's going to a job fair? People who need a job. And you know what kind of people need jobs? People who are like, I need a job because I need food. And they and military recruiters hear that and go, let's go. Yeah. Hey, are you a dumb fuck that's smoking too much weed and can't keep the grades up in college? I got you, bro. I got you. Get your ass over here. Did you grow up in poverty and you've been told you haven't been shit and you think your only way out is gangbanging or college you can't afford or the military? Come over here, buddy. Come over here. One of the biggest and most popular video games right now of Call of Duty. Yeah, 100%. 100%. It's a whole genre. It's like people didn't even want to like keep it Doom and Quake, you know, or Duke Nukem. It was like, yeah, this is shooting, but like, what if it was real though? And you're like, all right, we can give you Battlefield and Call of Duty. And like, now you're talking. I don't want to shoot demons. I want to shoot brown people. Cry face. All right. Biden did a lot of doo-doo water stuff, but this is still factual. That was the whole thing. Well, they sent Colonel Jessup to the death of Private Santiago. What am I missing? Why does that sound so familiar? Is that wrong? Oh, A Few Good Men. Yeah, I was like, why? It's tickling my brain. Like, what is that from? Oh man. Damn. My ADHD is bad. I'm like reading the like synopsis of A Few Good Men. I'm like, I'm gonna transfer instead of ordering the lieutenant possible. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a good point. Oh shit, I'm streaming. All right, let's watch this.
It's you like every day.
You never really realize what you have until
I'm just gonna say right now, this is like, as a leftist, as a socialist, playing this, because somebody's gonna come in this fucking chat and they're gonna be sitting here watching this whole I Miss You song and this guy like love. We do not love genocide enablers, okay? But he's still right here. I just need to get that out there. Like, man, I'm gonna lose my socialist card. I'm gonna get it pulled.
you motherfucking lose it. Here's a story about how Joe Biden saved America again. Fox News, who has given no fucks of people or grocery prices being high, are now reporting that egg prices are being high. Now, you got to remember that this is Trump state media. Anything that they post has the motive of uplifting Trump. So why now are they talking about egg prices being a record high? Let's break down the story. The reason why egg prices are so high right now is because of the bird flu pandemic. Bird flu is not something that just happens in the United States. It happens all around the world, and it can be passed from birds to different animals. H5N1, which is the actual bird flu, was found in 1959 in Scotland in poultry. It was identified in 1996.
If he starts losing you because of all this information that you're like, what is it? What's the fucking point? I don't care about any of this. got to pay attention because it's going to be like a Quentin Tarantino thing where it's like he kind of loses you for a while and then it's just going to wrap up. It's going to be like, oh shit, that's crazy. So just like pay attention.
In geese in China, and Hong Kong 1997 in chickens. So outbreaks are not new and they happen year to year, blah, 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 blah. But in 2022, the U.S. Department of Agriculture then announced an outbreak that they recognized happened in turkeys in a poultry facility. This marked the first time that it was detected in commercial poultry in the United States since 2020. Now, in April of 2022, the first human case of H5N1 virus was reported in the United States. But experts determined that the detection may have been through the result of contamination of nasal passages with the virus rather than the actual infection.
Actually, I got 2 minutes. I'm going to go fill this drink up. So watch this. I already seen it. All right.
Public health experts, physicians, and the medical community all understood what the fuck was going on. They were able to contain it. They were in communication with the government. And what they said was they essentially contained it by effectively stopping the spread of the virus by depopulating or killing the entire flock. A process often referred to as culling or stamping out to prevent further transmission of the virus. They contained it so well that it wasn't until 2 years later, in April 1st, 2024, where another person then tested positive for the bird flu virus. And even then, for those 2 years, the Biden administration had spent about $1.8 billion responding to bird flu so far. Keep in mind that the majority of those funds had gone to the U.S. Department of Agriculture to address the outbreak among animals. But in his final days of office, the Biden administration allocated $306 extra million in his final days for the bird flu response. And that $360 million was a critical investment to continuing the disease surveillance, laboratory testing, and monitoring. This was all pre-pandemic response. So if in any case, if this ever became a pandemic, he would curb it on the front end. This is why it's important to have a competent president. And Joe Biden played chess because the money had already been appropriated and it was not legally reversible even if Trump decided to change it. But here's what Joe Biden also did. He struck a deal with Turkey. The Biden administration conducted trial purchases in 2024, signed a preliminary agreement for around 15,000 tons of eggs to be shipped by June. To do the math, 1 ton is 2,000 pounds. 15,000 tons is 30 million pounds of eggs that Biden already bought ahead of time to be shipped by June so that he can also make sure that egg prices would go down. Mark my words, Fox News is reporting on this right now to rile everybody up, get everybody angry about it, and then have Trump come in for the save. That by June, when these 30 million pounds of eggs start coming in and supply is now meeting the demand and egg prices go down, Trump is going to say that he lowered the Biden inflation, that he corrected the Biden economy that was going all the way down, and he will take credit for all of Biden's work. The question is, are you going to know the information ahead of time, or are you going to fall for the motherfucking oath?
See, this is what I meant. This is what I meant, John Stewart. Like I said, oh man, I should have played this before the Trumpers left. And then I said, it doesn't matter. They're not going to believe it anyway. Like in the middle of him explaining why we know the prices are going to go down, and it will be because of actions Biden did, we have this, Male Rights USA. The egg prices are Biden's fault. He was killing all the chickens and Trump only had 3 weeks to fix it. How dare Biden? Like what president would just sit there and go, you know what I'm gonna do today? I'm gonna kill all the chickens. What? Come on. By the way, this is my representative right here. This is my representative. Carter introduces bill renaming Greenland. Now, if this were a news release, if this were like a press conference and this is something he said, he's like, yeah, I think I'm going to write a bill renaming Greenland to Red, White, and Blue Land. The people in the press would laugh. They would chuckle. Trumpers would be like, yeah, we fucking should. And then people who are like, how is this funny? Like, what is this? You're corny. You're a dork. You're literally a nerd. And I mean nerd as a slur. Not like how we're nerds. You know what I mean? Um, this is a bill. This is a literal, written, legal bill that will be submitted to the House of Congress to be voted on. That this is what they will be paid to do. Buddy Carter, elections were stolen guy, a Trump is everything guy, is still screaming, "Notice me, senpai," by submitting a bill that says, introduce a bill renaming Greenland. Renaming it to Red, White, and Blue Land. America is back and will soon be bigger than ever with the addition of Red, White, and Blue Land. President Trump has correctly identified the purchase of what is now Greenland as a national security priority, and we will proudly welcome its people to join the freest nation to ever exist when our negotiator-in-chief inks this monumental deal. Tell me your reasoning for thinking we should not add Greenland. Because it's not America. Because this isn't fucking the 1600s where we still fucking go around taking land because we have the bigger guns. You know, because there's already people living there that are you know, that it's already owned by somebody else. You know what I mean? And yeah, and because, you know, who says they want to join? But honestly, I don't even like, I don't know. It's silly. That's silly goose stuff. Male rights. Trump made a fair offer to buy it. Okay. And do you think, I mean, they've already answered, so why is this still a conversation? You know what I mean? Somebody asked their dad, what, like, would you rule out military action to get it? And he said, no, I wouldn't rule out military action to get it. So we have another sovereign territory that is not ours, that our current fucking orange fascist dictator thinks it's like a normal thing. And his followers, you guys, think it's normal for him to go, I'm not ruling out military action to take Greenland. Like, you guys are literally not well. You guys are actually like need help. It's wild. It's wild. Look, the problem is you have no access to the classified intelligence. Do you? Right? Pause. Do you? No, you don't. And we obviously need both Greenland and Canada as national security concerns. Who gives a fuck? Like this, but maybe Canada needs us as a security concern. Maybe we should relinquish our sovereignty and become Canada, you know, for security. Right? To make sure we're in control of these countries, not China, especially when that's China's goal. Is China trying to buy Greenland? Is China trying to absorb Canada? No, you're just dumb. You're just a stupid person who thinks that we need to absorb Canada and Greenland is a rational, normal thing to say. Here's the thing, though. Male rights. I don't think you believe that. That's what I think. I don't think you actually believe that. I think that you're like a, you know, it's funny. Projection is the theme today, right? Because somebody accused me of projection and didn't know what it meant. But I think it's interesting the way that no, never mind. I'm gonna stay forever. This is my representative. He's an idiot. Let's see what the bill says. Let's see here. We pay $200 billion. No, that's why you're dumb. No, it's hard. I can't. Please don't make me. I'm asking nicely just to not make me interact with you. We don't pay 200 billion. We give 200 billion and then we get goods back. We get stuff. You know what I mean? Like nobody understands the fucking economy. You guys are all been just duped by this fucking apartheid fucking South African piece of shit and another piece of shit who thinks it's a good idea to run a country like a corporation. But corporations, famously, as we all know, don't give a fuck about people, right? We all know the corporation's the bad guy. They've been the bad guy in every cartoon you've ever seen. They've been the bad guy in every movie you've ever seen. You yourself know that whatever you call the elite, why are they the elite? Are they the elite because they're poor? Are the elite is the swamp full of middle class people making $65,000 a year? Who are these elite, right? No, they're fucking rich. They're corporate owners who don't give a fuck about you, and you have spent your whole life knowing they're the bad guy. And yet we get two people who are corporations, right? They own corporations, and then they go to office. And people were like, well, they're billionaires, so clearly, let's look. Do you know why they're billionaires? Do you understand why they're billionaires? They're billionaires literally for one reason, because they have figured out how to make the most amount of profit by giving the people underneath them the least amount possible. So the actual idea, the logic behind he would help fix our government because he's a billionaire, clearly he knows how to make the government money. Is that what you want? Do you want the working class, us? I'm going to assume that you're not actually a capitalist because capitalists own capital, right? Like, if you are amongst the working class, then you have to know that the people who make billions live and breathe every moment of their existence is trying to figure out how do I provide you the least amount, right? Because they can't give you nothing, because then you just won't work. They can't give you too much because their profits will hurt. So they're trying to find that balance. How little can I pay you that continues to make me profits, right? And the board and stock and shareholders, while making sure you continue to work, right? So we need to give you some comfort. Why would you want your country run that way? Even if you're a capitalist, even if you think like, yep, that's the way business works, you're an idiot if you don't understand it. Okay, fine, whatever, right? Whatever. Why the fuck would you want that for your country's government? That literally, by design, creates a government because they're running it like a corporation that doesn't give a fuck about the working class. That's why Trump's tax breaks, the biggest of them, go to corporate America and his buddies. Like, I don't understand how you don't see this. Joe P wants to end it, but Dems have refused, and Pelosi most of all. The GOP wants to end insider trading. Let's see. This is 23-24. I don't know if it ever went to a vote. Referred, introduced by the House on the 21st, referred to the Committee on House Administration. It looks like it just died. It went in there and just went. You're right, by the way, about Nancy Pelosi. A Republican co-sponsored it. Prohibited Insider Trading Act. You're right about, but the difference is I don't belong to a cult, and the Democrats are absolutely just as complicit about this. He's wrong about Canada, but Greenland is an ideal strategic position. Yeah, but I still have to say, who cares? Like, what year do we live in? It's like we're living like in the like, oh, you prepared for the Vikings to come down. We must take the land of Umbria to be prepared for the Roman fleet to advance. Like, you guys are fucking cosplayers. That's not the way the world is going to end. China doesn't want to make other places China. They want to control them economically. And you know who else wants to control us, control people economically? The United States of government and its allies. That's it. When we do it, it's freedom. When China does it, it's bad. Ridiculous. Rough of the Viking. Yeah. We must prepare for the attack. Their numbers grow too large and our kingdom too small. God, dude, this whole fucking administration and all the people who voted for them are like, I want to laugh and say they're cringe and say they're clowns and say they're stupid. But that doesn't communicate just how dangerous they actually are. You know what I mean? We did that with the Jan 6ers. You know, we did that with people who do, like, you know, all the fucking weirdo, you know, conservatives that go shooting up schools and shit and mass shootings. Like, they're always weird and cringe until they're deadly. And then it's like, God damn it. Purchase or other acquisition. The president is authorized to enter into negotiations with the government of Denmark to purchase or otherwise acquire Greenland. Now, I'm going to give a hot take here. Okay? I'm going to give a hot take. What I think is fucking ridiculous is the idea of taking Greenland by force, right? Like you will give us Greenland. We need it. And then it's like, you know, obviously we would just destroy Greenland, by the way. Like, Greenland's fucked if we take Greenland. Like, I always remember Iceland is the nice one and Greenland is the shitty one, right? Meaning like cold and icy. And we would just fucking destroy that entire place and drill, and the environment would just, man. Like, we wouldn't just destroy Greenland. We would destroy Greenland, which would then advance the destruction of the earth. Like, I hope that doesn't happen. But the hot take is, if Denmark were like, okay, that's a good deal. If the people of Greenland were like, I don't really give a fuck because I'm not with America anyway, just tell me who I send my taxes to, right? Then honestly, I think it would be right along the lines of renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. It would be inconsequential. It would be one imperial power, colonizers, to another, giving it to another imperial power colonizers. You know what I mean? Do the indigenous people that are from Greenland, do they get their land back? You know what I mean? Does Greenland want their independence? I don't know. I don't know the politics behind this. But assuming a couple things are true, that we're not talking about forcing it, that this is an agreed upon, you know, land exchange, I guess, whatever the fuck, and the people are not like wanting their own sovereignty, then I would stop giving a fuck. Like, I wouldn't care, right? I mean, those things have to all be in line, though. The part that makes me like, what are you talking about? Is the that he's not going to rule out military. Like, what? At which point, what would make this bill stupid is the name. And this is what I mean by them being clowns, like them just being dumb people, like wasting time. Like, are you being, the other Trumpers still in here? Male rights, are you in here? What do you think? What do you think Buddy Carter is doing right here? Do you think he's being funny by submitting HR, fucking whatever, HR, whatever? What is this? Watch, they still agree on everything, but he still uses, yeah, right? Yeah, I'm down. Like, okay, but I really wanted to fucking fuck you guys up, so we're going to go ahead and do that anyway. Well, that's the thing. Greenland is NATO via Denmark. It's Trump being greedy and seeing how far he can push until something blows. Yeah. Yeah. I just want to make it clear that if there's no like offending party, I'm not going to be offended because a new territory got added. You know what I mean? Because it's not like we went from like independent sovereignty, sovereign land to like not, you know what I mean? Like Hawaii was its own people, had its own kingdom, had a palace, had plumbing and flushing toilets before Buckingham Palace did. You know what I mean? This isn't fucking Moana in grass hut shit. There's the people in gowns and through international parties for heads of state. We took that. We stole that, right? But Denmark is just another fucking imperial Western country. So I just can't find the fucks to be like, meh. What are you gonna do? I just think that if he tries it by force and if we end up using military power, that would be fucking insane. That would be ridiculous. Doesn't PR want to be a legitimate state? No. I would say that it is. And when I say no, what I mean to say is like, no, it's not like some unanimous thing that like everyone on the island wants to become a state. It's funny. The more I learn about Taiwan, the more I realize it's a very, if you're familiar with Taiwan, it's pretty much what's going on in Puerto Rico. It's like the United States, it's an American territory, but it's a country with its own culture, and its own language, and its own people, right? With its own history and indigenous culture. There are people who want to become a state. Actually, to answer your question more honestly, I would say probably the majority do. But when I say the majority, we're talking like not like 95, 99% or some shit like that. You know what I mean? I would say the greater group of it want to become a state. But they want to become a state, not because they like, I'm American and we're American. I want to become. No, it's because of how fucked it is to live there and how expensive it is and how fucked you are if you're not Puerto Rican, because all those tax credits are to encourage people to move there. So if you're a business owner and you're Puerto Rican, you don't get those tax credits. It's to get non-Puerto Ricans to move there. So like if we're a state, we'll get more help. Well, if a hurricane hits, we'll get more, right? It's the idea. It's why there's so many pro-American Cubans. It's like we have made life so hard for them that when somebody says, oh, my cousin's in Cuba right now and loves Trump, well, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all. Absolutely taxation without representation. That's how we know that it was all bullshit in the first place. It had nothing to do with representation. It had to do with, I want to keep all the profits and not send them to King George. So let's make every poor person go and die in this Revolutionary War so that the white, owning class can be the founding fathers and not have to fight in a war. Nothing. Like, the longer I'm a leftist, the more I'm realized that like I don't understand like how I'm gonna be able to like stave off nothing matters, fuck it, I'm just gonna play video games until I die, because there's never been like who's good? Like who is good? Like I was talking with like this about the Sabra thing on for the new A Brave New World. And I found out more about the actress. So I'm not going to boycott the movie. But I find it more reasonable that the movie is being boycotted when I find out that the actress who's playing Sabra actually is as active as Gal Gadot in her spreading the Zionist lies and all that bullshit. You know what I mean? So I'm like, oh wow, but she's also barely in the movie too. So that's why I'm like, nah, it's not. You know, if she ever got her own movie, then yeah, cool, yeah, fuck that movie. You know, but also check this shit out. There's a it's called the Sabra Massacre. The Sabra and Shatila Massacre was the September 1982 killing of between 1,300 and 3,500 civilians, mostly Palestinians and Lebanese Shias, in the city of Beirut during the Lebanese Civil War. I know. Let's name a superhero after that. So, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Streamlabs. Wait, why did this thing close? Just breathe and put on some, but yeah, video games is my boss, my boss Rob, Bob Ross. Where is the log in? There we go. Recent events. There we go. All right. This is ridiculous, and I spent too much time on it. At least 9 people are dead, including 8. Oh, we never watched that. That's too late for that. No, it's too late. At least 9 people are dead. What did you? Yeah, you mean the characters are named after the hummus? You can't stop evil. All you can do is manage it. Yeah, no shit. No shit. Let's see. What does Sabra actually mean? Sabra can refer to a person born in Israel, a prickly pear cactus, or a symbol of Israeli identity. So why is it called the Sabra Massacre? Is it because Israelis did it? Hey, buddy. Hi. The term Sabra Massacre refers to the massacre that took place in September 1982 at the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps in West Beirut, Lebanon. It is named after the neighborhood of Sabra, which, along with the adjacent Shatila camp, was the site of the mass killing of Palestinians and Lebanese civilians by the far-right Lebanese Christian militia. So it wasn't even done by... the name Sabra Massacre is sometimes... Okay, so then is it a coincidence? No, it's not a coincidence, but rather an unsettling irony. The term Sabra has 2 distinct meanings, and their intersection in the context of the Sabra and Shatila massacre have been widely discussed. 2 meanings of Sabra. Sabra as is an Israeli identity in Israel. Oh, in Israeli and Zionist terminology, a Sabra refers to a Jewish person born in historic Palestine, modern day Israel, Palestine, as opposed to those who immigrated from Europe or other regions. Oh, so like you'd be like damn near like a pureblood. Like if you were born in Israel, then you're a real Israeli, so you're Sabra. The term comes from the Hebrew word for the prickly pear cactus, which is tough on the outside but soft on the inside, symbolizing the supposed resilience and toughness of native-born Israeli Jews. Sabra as a neighborhood in Beirut. Sabra is also the name of a district in West Beirut, Lebanon, adjacent to the Shatila refugee camp. The area was also home to both Palestinian refugees and impoverished Lebanese families. The naming of the massacre as Sabra and Shatila is based on geography rather than any deliberate reference to the Israeli term Sabra. However, the massacre's deep Israeli involvement, Israeli forces surrounded the area and enabled the Phalangist militia's entry. The Phalangist militia's entry and facilitated the killing, makes the name particularly ironic. Got it. So the reason why I needed to say all that is because I heard that her character was named after a massacre. And I don't know if that's fair to say. But still, fuck the actor behind her. So there's two headlines I'm going to show you all. There's two headlines I'm going to show you all. At least 9 people are dead, including 8 in Kentucky, in the latest blast of winter weather. At least 9 people have died in the most recent round of harsh weather to pummel the U.S., including 8 people in Kentucky who died as creeks swelled from heavy rain and water-covered roads. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear said Sunday that hundreds of people stranded by flooding had to be rescued. Donald Trump approved the state's request for a disaster declaration, authorizing the Federal Emergency Management Agency to coordinate relief efforts throughout the state. Bashar said most of the deaths, including a mother and a 7-year-old child, were caused by cars getting stuck in high water. It's interesting. So what was Trump doing? What was Trump doing? And it's not up here. Hold on. Paywall. In other news, Daytona 500 resumes after lengthy rain delay. Trump on hand for start of NASCAR's biggest race. Donald Trump shakes hands with NASCAR Hall of Fame driver Richard Petty at the NASCAR Daytona 500 auto race at Daytona. Not at a state that just declared an emergency. Not, and he definitely knows about it because he approved the federal funds for emergency for them. And where was Trump during this? Going around in circles. By the way, none of the presidents are great or even good at all. However, we had Obama playing basketball. We had George Bush flying a jet. We had Bill Cosby, yikes. Bill Clinton playing the saxophone. This bitch is in the back seat and drove in a circle. Like, there's nothing this guy doesn't do that isn't completely exactly, Jennifer. Exactly. First time chat. Welcome. Just keeps adding to the debt. I was talking to my my father-in-law, who's a Trumper, and try to keep the relationship. I try to keep the relationship with him okay, right? Especially for the sake of he's not a bad person when he's not talking about politics. Put it that way. I think I talked about him on Friday, but I sat there and I was like, so we talked about the debt that Biden, like, that's all I heard. And what do you think about them trying to raise the debt ceiling trillions? And he goes, yeah, well, now we have to fix it. So you need to raise the debt ceiling so that we can start spending money to fix stuff. I'm like, do you hear yourself? I'm thinking in my head, like, do you hear yourself? Now, because he's like stupid rich and has his own company, you can't tell him shit when it comes to, like, you know, he'll just be like, you little poor guy. You poors think you know stuff. You know what I mean? So I was like, I don't waste my breath, but I just hear him. I'm like, racking up the debt is bad. But when Donald Trump wants to raise the debt ceiling trillions of dollars, it's good. My view is that the country is already bankrupt and has been for decades. The only thing propping up financially is our global reserve currency status. This is now being threatened by other countries abandoning the dollar. We deserve it. We deserve it. We absolutely deserve it. There is a, I didn't talk about anything. You know what's funny? You know what's funny? Man, it be your own people. I tell you. I said that, the words left my mouth, and I was like, somebody's gonna say something. Somebody's gonna say, and I was like, oh, in my head, I was like, oh, yeah, nobody said it. Okay, all right. Nah, it be your own people. Johnson was like, you didn't stream on Friday. Oh shit. My guess is within 10 years, maybe, but I'm gonna tell you all something. And I said this before, sometime not last Friday, and I'm telling you, we deserve it. If a revolution comes, it's going to come with pain. It's going to come with blood, right? I think that there's, like, we can't always just avoid it because then we're stuck. They're going to use that forever, right? And it's like, nope, we can't ever make progress because when they lash back out at us, somebody innocent is going to get hurt. If the dollar fails and China takes over, right? As the world leader in currency and economics, like they are trying to do, and by the way, like they are poised to do, how many people are going to hurt in the United States? Lots and lots of people. But A, as a country, we fucking deserve it. And B, like you just said, you got to break it to fix it. My nervousness comes from, and anytime I ever talk about, this is why I'm a democratic socialist, right? Which I know to like anarchists is like, okay, then you're like a diet lib. I'm like, no, but I understand the sentiment. What's going on, Sig Fang? The reason is because it's man-eater's fault. Yeah, yeah, true. It actually was. It was. She left me alone, and then I get all like, bleh. You know what I mean? Who knew? You know, back when I was stupid and young, it'd be like, ooh, you're pussy whipped. Apparently, it's just called loving your wife. I know it's fucking crazy. It's crazy, but yeah, I was actually kind of bummed. It was like, my son's not here, my wife's not here. It was just like, and then I was just watching TV, and then I saw the time, and I'm like, nah, I'm not streaming. And that's why I'll never make it. We're not blowing up over here, peoples, because I don't know how to just lock it in. Hojo Potatoes. Trump is breaking the system. The rest of us will have to fix it. You are not wrong. Another first-time chat. Welcome. You are not wrong. Here's my fear, though. Is it gay? Do you love your wife? Yeah, apparently. I heard that. Who was it? It was like Andrew Tate or one of those Andrew Tate guys. Like somebody literally, I saw a clip. It was like, if you would rather hang out with your wife than your buddies, then I'm sorry, that's gay. I'm like, what? Anyways, hold on. ADHD, let's do this. Beta. Thank you. I appreciate the follow. Hojo Potatoes. I appreciate it. Buddy, you just went out. I know you don't gotta go out again. Shit, what the fuck? What was I saying? Oh, my nervousness. So when I think about revolution, there are people who like, we think about Spain, right? We think Spain after the Civil War. We think, we think of Che. We think of, what's his name? Marigol or something like that. Something, the dude out of Brazil, right? But there is something that I don't think that people think about enough, right? When you start thinking of the what if factor, like, let's talk about the possibilities. Is it possible that a leftist contingent can be organized and pushed and win, right? And we get to form the government on the ashes of what's left? Sure. Yes, absolutely. The idea of the left not having guns, or the left, like as if like America wasn't founded on fucking the socialist Appalachian miners, you know what I mean? Like the idea, what do they say? If you go left far enough, you get your guns back, right? But what if we lost? Unsubscribe. I'm gonna unsubscribe. Why? Who? Wait, what I miss? Oh, because she made me miss the stream. Yeah, that's right. What if we lost? You know what I mean? Like, what if we lost? What if we were beat, and the liberal fascists that we've had for the past, 250 years, are beat, right? That the liberal fascists are like the people whose ashes we are trying to build on. We're gonna fight to replace the liberal freaking pieces of shit who didn't care about either one of us. And then it becomes, do the leftist anarchists, libertarians win, or do the far right, Nazi people win? And it's like, of course I want to believe that we're gonna fucking win, but that's who knows? We could lose. And then when we think about, okay, I would like a social society, whatever that looks like. I would love to give it a try. It worked in Spain before a fucking dictator came in and rolled over them. But let's be like super for real. And you can't give me the whole, like, help me out, chat. The leftovers assemble. See, Rao's like, I'm gonna make this shit happen. We're gonna make it a thing. I'm down. I'm down. I just don't know how to work it into my intro. What's up, leftovers? Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna ask you all a question, and especially for my leftists in chat, it is illegal. You will be visited by law enforcement, a cab, but I just gotta use what I have, right? We gotta live in the system we live in, and you will go to jail if you answer that they're the same. So unless you don't value your freedom, do not say they're the same. If you had to choose the liberal faux democracy that we've had for the last 250 years, or a fascist authoritarian dictatorship that I know Trump wants us to become, which one would you rather have? Now, we know that is a rhetorical question. We all know that, of course, we would rather that, but that's not the point. We shouldn't just be okay with that, because it's still not good. But my point is that really the person, the ideology that won for this country is that liberal, fake democracy, right? The liberal oligarchy that we live in now. So since that is the reality, the fight, and by the way, I'm talking out loud. I'm a socialist, so of course I'm going to be, let's go. I'm just kind of like sharing my fears, right? We're just kind of like, this is like we're being vulnerable here together. You know what I mean? This isn't me trying to convince anybody, like, this is why revolution's bad. So if you guys think that I'm trying to like detail why revolution is bad or something, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just kind of like, brain out onto into the stream world, into the interwebs. And that is what is scary about the whole thing, because right now we have a liberal oligarchy that's doing their thing. And if we were to get rid of it, now we're back into dice roll, right? We dice roll it and we go, please no fascist dictator, please no fascist dictator, you know? Please no American Nazi uprising, you know, and we hope we win. That's the thing. At least with that, we got wiggle room to work with towards something better. Yeah, but here's the thing too, though. Here's the thing with that, Screwface. I don't like to describe this liberal reality we live in as like wiggle room. We don't really have wiggle room. We really don't. We have. Have you ever held a gerbil? Like as a kid or as an adult, and you know you have to like hold a gerbil gently because they're fucking little tiny little guys and they're squishy, right? So you don't want to like do them like of mice and men and accidentally go, right? So you hold a gerbil and you like but you don't want it to fly out of your hand either. You know what I mean? John Stewart. If anybody's uncomfortable, you're aging yourself. You're dating yourself right now. You're letting me know that you are old like me. If anybody's uncomfortable, that's a trick. I say gerbil instead of hamster, so I can find out who's old in my chat. What's his name? Richard Gere. That's what the urban myth is about. Anyways. Let me try to spit it out because I rant. You're holding a gerbil. You can't squeeze it. You got to hold it firmly enough so it doesn't fall out of your hand, but you also don't want to squeeze it and suffocate it, right? So you give it some wiggle room. Now, in the wiggle room, it can move its feet around. It could fucking, it's kind of try to get around, but it's never going anywhere. It'll never be free, right? Unless it bites you or something like that. And maybe the bite is like revolution, right? But that's what like this liberal oligarchy we live in now does. Like it may like release his hand a little bit and make it illegal for restaurants to not serve you because you're black. It may like loosen its hand up a little bit to like go, all right. You can't not make a cake just because they're gay now. Okay, all right. We will let you be married so that we could tax you as a couple and you can get some benefits. I guess. You know what? I spoil you. You know what I mean? Like that's how I look at it. I look at it like when you're in this sort of like politics we have, sure, we can get that's honestly, by the way, that's why I don't call myself I don't mind if somebody calls me a progressive. I'm not going to be like, nah, actually, no, I'm not. You know what I mean? Like, I'm fine. Call me a progressive. Yeah, I get what you're with it. But in my mind, if you're a progressive and you actively reject the term like socialist because you don't think that capitalism is inherently bad, it's just bad where we're at, or crony capitalism or whatever the fuck, right? Then we're not going to get anywhere with that system, because what has been shown to us in the last 25 years is progressive action is just asking the hand to loosen up a little bit because I can't breathe that well. And it'll be a little bit more comfortable if you just let me stretch out my legs a little bit. But it'll never fucking let you go. Ever. And socialists want to be fucking let go. And like, no, I don't want this anymore. How so what? You got to be more. There's a delay. I talk a lot. And so like you give me something like how so, and I have no idea what you're talking about. I like how you think. Viva la revolucion. I don't know any of the meeting liberal or fascists. They didn't teach that in Mississippi. Yeah, no, I guess you're right. Well, yeah. I can't tell you for being serious or not. Like sometimes y'all like troll me, and then I answer it seriously, and they're like, bro, I was just kidding. How so? Like in what ways should they loosen up? So when I say loosen up, I mean the fact that that capitalism is the hand that is going to hold us. Capitalism, you are always stuck in your class. Class mobility is always going to be rare. It's going to be limited, and your work will always be. Oh, you're only kidding. Okay, good. I was like, well, you see, liberal democracy, and then it's like, calm the fuck down. That was a joke. So saying, yeah, I'm learning. I asked. So if you are in a capitalist system like we are, the working class, and even like the petite bourgeois, which is like, you call that the middle class, right? You're not poor, you're not food insecure, right? You probably work in somewhere and you make decent money, but you don't own your labor. You have to sell your labor. It's the only thing you own, right? Because you don't own capital. In a capitalist society, only the capitalists, the ruling class, own capital. Your thing that you own is your labor, and you have to sell your labor. And your labor gets you your $60,000 a year, $70,000 a year, whatever it is you get to do, but it translates into millions of dollars a year for the owning class, or billions of dollars a year in the owning class. This is what they call wage theft and all that stuff, right? Until we are out of that system, right? Until we are out of that system, and that's me like being super reductive with it. I'm just kind of like bare bones with it. That is why we have people dying en masse. We are the richest country in the earth, and we have child poverty and houselessness rates that are just not proportional to our wealth because of our capitalist society, because we cannot force corporations. We don't own it, right? The government, the state, the people do not own the means of production. And so we couldn't tell the developers, hey, you need to make this, this amount of land free, or you need to make this house, right? We commodify housing. You know what I mean? Like for human history, people just used the resources around them and made shelter for themselves and helped their buddy make shelters for themselves. And the other families, new family, hey, look at this, two people, young couple married, let's go build them a new farm or whatever the fuck. Or they're going to inherit their dad's farm or whatever, right? And then all of a sudden we said, hey, man, you know what's crazy? Everybody needs houses. What if we made them buy it? But, sir, what if they can't afford to buy it? They could rent it, and I still own it, which means I get to make the equity off of it. Like everything about capitalism. Like, can we get a better capitalism? For sure, right? I would say the Nordic model is a good example of social democracy that, has great, it gives a great argument for capitalism. However, there's still wealth disparity there. And this is oh God, that scared the fuck out of me. Mandem M&M peanuts. M&M peanuts. I got that one quicker than usual. I was like, Mandem peanut. M&M peanut. Which are pretty good, by the way, but peanut butter M&Ms, I feel like I don't see enough of. Probably because they just buy the Reese's Pieces ones. We have rules about what kind of housing can go where, but we live in a free market. Yeah, 100%. Everyone opposed to Trump knows some aspect of what he's doing, but no one place is putting it all together and finding nuances, etc. I think a lot of people are. I think people like Democracy Now! Are doing it. I think, anti-Trump, even anti-Trumpers, like one of the videos we're going to watch, which we just need to hurry up and get to that. I think the people, listen, I played a video earlier. I think I closed it. Well, I played a video earlier that this guy was detailing, here's the problem that we were having with eggs in 2020, 2022. And because we had an administration that knew how to run a country, we already have 30 million eggs or 30 million tons or whatever the fuck it is, of eggs ready to be shipped because of, Oh shit, that's what that fucking chatter was talking about. Oh, I wish I had known, because then I could really fucking burn him even worse. When he was saying Biden was killing all the chickens and caused this egg, right? Yeah, okay, yes, because of the fucking bird flu and because there was an infection going around and because these fucking idiots, will sit there and see an epidemic come around and think that it's fake or something like, ha ha ha, I'm going to make eggs so expensive by killing all these chickens. And it's like, well, no. Now I know what he meant. Oh, I was not making the connection. But so in this video that we were watching, it literally detailed, and he used articles. It was, it was showing its work. He was showing his work, and he goes, and watch, because the eggs are supposed to be delivered this May. So Fox News is talking about the price of eggs. So people right now, because we're only a month out, can still blame it on Biden. And then June's going to come around. The price of eggs is going to drop. And Biden's going to take credit. I'm sorry, Trump is going to take credit for that, even though it was something that it's going to drop because of a decision Biden made during his administration. The chatter was in the chat watching the video and chatted, eggs are high because Biden killed all the chickens. Bro, it's telling you right now what Biden did because of that. It's telling you why he was killing the chickens, and it's telling you what Biden did. So be ready to know that when your dad and God King says, I fixed it, he's full of shit. Yeah, but the eggs went up because Biden killed the chickens. Look, I'm not saying this like in an ableist way. I think that when you're in a cult, like your intellectual ability just becomes numb. You know what I mean? I don't think it's ableist to say that drunk people act stupid, right? These people are either already stupid or have allowed this cult of personality, this MAGA cult, to make them stupid. I heard a moron on Washington Journal use the same idiotic excuse for the high price of it. Yeah, I mean, what is the conspiracy that the bird flu, that these chickens were not infected? Like, is that the conspiracy? Like, what was he supposed to do? I still remember Trump's first term and all of Biden's term, how every good thing was Trump and all bad things. Do you know how many times, because I have my prior military friends still on my Facebook, right? The ones who haven't blocked me, because now that, I'm anti-military industrial complex and I'm a leftist and all this stuff. So a lot of people who used to be my friends are not my friends anymore, which is cool. They just kind of clean themselves out. I didn't have to block anybody. But I remember, especially here in Georgia, I drive by, and this is like 2023, early 2024, like smack dab in the middle of Biden's presidency. You remember all those I did that stickers when we had that spike in gas, and they loved it. They loved that spike. They have no principles. Like, yes, high price of gas. You know why? Because I'm going to go sell these fucking stickers that have Biden pointing and it says, I did that. And I would go get gas and people were like sticking them on the deals. And then all of a sudden I see gas around here. I'm not saying like everywhere. I know like places like Washington and California was still expensive, but here in Georgia, gas went down to like $2.40, $2.50, $2.60. I'm like, hey, and I would take a picture. I'm like, hey, does anybody have any more of those I did that stickers? Are we still doing that? I don't remember. Like, I'm late. Sorry, guys. And you know what's funny? I think when I do that, there's this hope that somebody watching is going to be like, you know what? He's right. Wait a minute. If I blamed him for the gas being high, then I have to give them props for the gas coming down. Right, guys? Isn't that what we're doing? No. They have zero ability because they are, it's kind of like being in an abusive relationship, right? It's like when you ask the person, like, wow, how did you stay with somebody for years and years and years when they were physically violent to you or they were emotionally abusive to you, And I apologize if anybody in the chat has been through that. I'm not trying to talk about it lightly, but if you have been through it, then it's even more. It's like, you're not there. Like, you're literally broken psychologically, and you're in this loop of making excuses for your abuser and then believing the bullshit they tell you that you're not good enough. Like, you can't. And the only way you can come out of it is if somehow, whether it's through therapy or through a trusted person, that somebody can break that loop and pull you out. And that's what MAGA is. MAGA is in that loop of that abusive relationship where he can say anything you want. And that dude right there he called it, Trump. Trump fucking called it. Like 8 years ago, this guy said, I can shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and they'll still love me. And for the past 8 years, he has proven that shit's exactly correct. To the point that I do not think that is an exaggeration. I don't think that's just like some literary language, some poetic language. I think we watched him become a felon. We watched him, lose a rape case in civil court. We watched him try to hide secret documents from the agencies who were asking for them back. We heard a recording of him showing top secret documents to a journalist in the room who didn't have the clearance. We watched his followers storm the Capitol. We watched them fucking beat the shit out of cops. Like, there is nothing that Trump can do that will break them from the cycle. They got to break it themselves. Trump probably can't walk down Fifth Avenue alone today without someone trying to do the same thing. Yeah. Where's the Ouija when you need him, We need to do an update on him. Unfortunately, it hasn't really moved much. All right. So this is Benjamin Dixon. I don't know. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I don't know if he is... excuse me, if he's a socialist or a progressive liberal. I would call him probably one of the good guys, though. Either way, he's definitely one of the good guys. I just like to always know, that way I can kind of I can filter what's about to come at me. But he's talking to a former chairman of the Republican National Committee, so this is gonna be interesting, I think.
This is
literally historic. This is literally historic. Like, it's kind of wild how we are living in a time right now that will be read about in history books. Like, nobody's going to read about George Bush Sr. Like, if you were alive, which I was, but you didn't go through anything, George Bush Sr. George W. Bush, we had the wars. Bill Clinton, unfortunately, is Monica Lewinsky. Obama was the what do they call him? The drone. Well, he was the deporter in chief, but he was also the fucking drone strike guy. But we are like, oh yeah, remember when America became completely outright fascist? Yeah, let's read about that today in history.
Mr. Ben, I want to watch this video with you from Michael Steele. He's a former chairman of the Republican National Committee. And in this clip, he is saying that he wants people to wake up. Wake the hell up. Excuse my language, but that's what he's saying. The United States of America is under attack.
You didn't give me a chance to bleep it.
The United States of America is under attack. A billionaire, Elon Musk, has unleashed his algorithms and his artificial intelligence on the
Does he
United States
really?
of America. The Treasury Department has been hijacked.
That's kind of dope.
The entire USAID has been gutted from within to the benefit of Vladimir Putin. The IRS is slated for next. So good luck getting your nonprofits. Good luck getting your corporations filed. With whatever aspect of it has to be done by human hands. The entirety of the IRS is
They got
Oops.
under attack.
Yeah,
Listen to him.
he thinks is the man who you're now on the sixth act.
What States of America is under attack. Listen to him.
What are what would you have us do?
I would actually, you know what? I just like you to show that you give a damn, that you got a little emotion about the fact that people are losing their jobs indiscriminately, that this individual sitting down the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue has given absolute power to one man who brings his son into the Oval Office, whose son says to him, "You're not the president. You shouldn't be in that chair." Now, where did he get that from? He got it from his daddy, because that's what his daddy thinks is the man who brought him into the Oval Office. So I just like to see.
More than that, I think Elon Musk talks like that to Trump. I'm not even kidding. I think Elon Musk talks like that to Trump. Because if you think about it, when it comes to like levels, like Elon Musk is the wealthiest person on the planet Earth. Nobody alive has more wealth than that man. So he's telling Trump, like, I outrank you and you're going to shut the fuck up. You're not even really the president right now. I guarantee you he shits on Trump in private.
Somebody wake the hell up and get excited about the fact that your country is under assault. They're not at the gate anymore. They're in your bedrooms. They're in your living rooms. They're in your businesses. They got your data, dumbass. They got all your stuff. Elon Musk has his tentacles in everything you're doing, not just off of X, but now he's in the Treasury Department. He's in the Labor Department. He's in the Department of Homeland Security. And nobody seems to give a damn. So that's all.
This is kind of funny coming from a Republican, though, because you sit there and you're like, he's right? There's a part of you that is like, right? Yup. Finally, somebody speak up. But then you realize that every vote this dude has probably ever made in his professional life has led to this point right here. Like every person, every job this guy's held, because he works in politics, every vote he's made has led us to exactly where we're at right now. The Republican chair. Yeah. So, I mean, I want to be like, yeah, right? Tell them. And it's like, wait a minute. The call is coming from inside the house. The business plot is here. If you're not familiar with it, you should look it up. The business plot. Ooh, let's see. Sounds
All I want somebody to show that they care enough to get off their fat ass and say something about it.
No, I've lost a lot of weight, so I'm not too offended about what he said there. But everything else is absolutely the case.
Oh, he used to be a big
Michael
boy. That's
Steele
right.
is spot on. Do you realize what Elon Musk is getting into in the United States of America? The amount of power that's being given to him without any type of restraint. Without Congress having any checks and balances over Elon Musk. Without
That's right.
the president being.
Hey, check this out. This had nothing to do with nothing. Sorry. This is me. This is just how I do shit. Open the window. I was like, man, I know the name, but he doesn't, why do I not recognize him? And because that's your boy. That dude lost a lot of weight.
Willing to have any checks and
God damn it. Good on him. Look at that. That's how I remember him. All right.
Balances over Elon
That's
Musk.
really important. I know you guys want
And
to see
even
that.
the fact that I'm having to frame it as such that we have given a billionaire this much power over our democracy, somebody should be upset. Somebody should be mad as hell. And yes, they are. Thousands of people have gathered in Washington, D.C.
So there's some truth to that. Republicans have been split into the right and far right Trump. I think so. They've been split, but not in any sort of meaningful way, right? I mean, a couple of people have been vocal about their split, like Mitt Romney and Liz Cheney, right? But everyone else, when you hear about, hey, this person in Congress said this under confidence, or this leaked, or this person was caught on recording talking about Trump as an idiot and this and that, and yada yada yada. Okay, now let's see your voting record. Let's see your voting record. I really don't care about a Republican who thinks Trump is dangerous, but then votes down the party line for all the policies that Trump wants to put forward because he's afraid of getting losing his seat. It's not, you know.
In front of the Treasury to protest the fact that Elon Musk now has access to your Social Security number. Thousands of people have descended into Washington, D.C. And no, that's not going to be enough, because the protests were never designed to work in this system. This system has always, the United States of America, this empire has always been able and capable of absorbing any amount of protest. This is not to say that you should not protest. God bless every single person that went out there and protested. Thank you for standing up and doing something about it. I'm just saying we've got to do more. And this is what I hear Michael still saying. He's also saying that the barbarians, he didn't say barbarians, but I know that phrase quite well.
Barbarians
They're
are
not
at the
just
gate.
at the gate,
Mm-hmm. They're
but
inside.
they have breached the perimeter. The barbarians that destroyed the Roman Empire at the very final fall. They're no longer just at the gates of the United States of America. They are in your bedrooms.
They're in your
bedrooms.
homes. They're in your living rooms. They're in your businesses.
They literally have your Social Security number.
They got your data, dumbass. They got all your stuff.
Little incels, groypers. What was that? The 22-year-old boy who had access to who was working with Elon Musk and had access to all of our Social Security numbers, which was affiliated with Nazis. But this caliber of man who was on his 13th baby, Elon Musk owned his 13th baby with his 4th baby mama. This caliber of man who was affiliated with the far right-wing nationalist party not in Germany, the AF.
By the way, this AFD party right here, absolutely a neo-Nazi party. I'm not sure how the Republican Party, anybody in America, how anybody in America can hand wave any of it. AFD. Check this out. Where is it? Check this out. This is literally an ad for the AFD. This is a real ad. Fact check it. Fact check it. Screenshot this right now and go fact check it. This is a real ad. And what are they doing? Oh, come on, guys. They're making a roof over their children. God, you guys are so silly. They're making a roof. Elon Musk was sending out his heart, and they're making a roof. Right. It just so happens that all of their policies align with the Nazi party. And then they take pictures like this. And this is ads like this. Now, the reason why I need you to know that is because it wasn't just Elon Musk who spoke at an AFD convention. making a Nazi movie. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't just Elon Musk. Check this out. Oh, you shit brain. How about this? Check this out. Yeah. Paywall remover. Paywall remover. Boom. 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 There we go. Ha. That'll show you. Our vice president. Our vice president of the United States spoke at Germany's AfD party convention. J.D. Vance, the vice president of the United States of America, spoke at the AfD party, the same party who put out this ad. Our vice president. You should do a series of shorts that show everything Trump has done. Ooh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Ernie keeps giving me these long ass videos though, which I can't complain because he pays me. But I don't know how am I gonna do videos and play and get platinum in Marvel Rivals? You know what I'm saying? Priorities. I think he met with a lot of Euro's far right leaders. Yeah, because here's the thing and let me tell you all something. This is exactly why it doesn't matter to most uninformed Americans. Here's why. And actually, let me tell you all something. I think, and I just thought about this in my head because I'm smart like that. There is a group of people who constantly say, hey, you shouldn't call everybody Nazis because isn't blah, 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 blah. I'm inclined to not agree that it's a problem. I think people should be concentrating more on why they're being called a Nazi. But because the right is so tired of hearing it, when you tell, like, if I were to tell my parents who are like, I don't know about so much these days. I haven't really talked to them about it. They've said some things that make me go, But I know, like, in 2016, if I told my parents in 2016 about Trump visiting the AfD party and I showed them that ad, here's what they would say. Not being Nazis themselves. Yeah, but the left calls everybody Nazis. No, they're like far right. Look at their policies. They say all the same things about the Republicans. So you'll never be able to describe and tell. Has anybody, it's a really old movie. Has anybody seen Falling Down with Michael Douglas? I saw it for the first time like a couple months ago, actually. And in the movie, he is, and you can always tell, like, the people would, there's a huge red flag. If you ever see somebody who like connects with that character, Michael Douglas, or shares memes where like, yeah, this is so me, at least hope they didn't see the movie. Because if they saw the movie and still connect with Michael Douglas, they're probably like a Proud Boy or something. But at the end of the movie, like, his daughter's afraid of him and stuff like that. And he goes, oh shit, am I the bad guy? There's a scene in the movie where, here, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna see if that is on YouTube, because I think it's a good scene to kind of like frame what I think a lot of MAGA people, you remember Falling Down? I was really, what year did Falling Down? Let's see, Falling Down movie. What year did that come out? That was 93, so I was 13. maybe my parents had it on TV. I don't know. I probably was like playing video games when they had it on in the living room or something. I don't know. I just know that I've only ever seen it in memes. So like a couple months ago, I saw it for the first time. Yes, CE Rouse, you know exactly where I'm going with this. And I need you all to understand that this scene, if it is, let's see, falling down gun store. Yeah, gun store scene. Yeah, that's it. All right. So I am not monetized on YouTube, but I don't know if because it's a movie, I don't know if like YouTube's gonna shut down or something. So if you're lurking over on the YouTube side, I know some people are more comfortable with YouTube because they don't have Twitch downloaded or whatever. But if this gets shut down for if I get in trouble or something, then I am live on Twitch. All right. But check this out. Here. And so just so you know, up until this point, Michael Douglas has he's having it. He is having the worst fucking day. He tries to get shit done and he can't. He's just really tired of America. He's tired of, working 9 to 5 and getting nowhere. His car's breaking down. Oh yeah, okay, it's in the wrong browser, that's why. His car's breaking down and they knew there's some like low-key racist shit that he does because and then he goes off on these rants on this Asian like corner store guy, and basically he's just had it up to here, right? He goes into this gun store and the gun owner watches Michael Douglas. He's flipping out on some people, and so the gun store owner's like, "Bro, I'm fucking me and you, yes." I totally hear. Let me show you something, brother. Let me show you something, brother. The guy on the right is who we think every MAGA is. The guy on the right is who we think every MAGA is. The guy on the left is probably like 90% of MAGA. It's important that we kind of realize that because I think it affects how we it affects the strategy on how to reach people. 10%, I'm giving the 10% is the guy on the right, and 10% is enough to do shit like storm the Capitol and have mass shootings and kill somebody while they were jogging because they were black. Like 10% of your base is still millions of people. You know what I mean? But most MAGA like say the N-word and shit, so I could survive like getting suspended, but I don't want my whole thing deleted. Oh, it doesn't even go into it. So wait, maybe he does. Talks. Okay, so he starts flipping out and he's like, "I'm not like you. We're different." And for the whole movie, he's like, "What the fuck? Why do they think that?" And at the very end of the movie, you had 40 years to watch it. He does this thing where he's like, "Am I the bad guy?" Literally says, "Am I the bad guy?" Because he's like, this crazy shit's happening. His wife and his daughter are like cowering. The police have stopped him because they think he's gonna kill his wife and kids, but he's not. He's just like losing his temper. And it's like, what the fuck? Why is everything going bad? And then, like, do you not realize everything that's gone down today and the way that you've treated everybody? And he goes, "Oh shit, I'm the fucking bad guy." And then he does like this suicide by cop thing, and it's actually like kind of a deep thing, and the movie gets a bad rap. Every time I bring up the movie with people are like, "You mean that movie that tries to make you feel bad for like this conservative guy?" I'm like, "No, that's not. You missed it. Like you read the subtext wrong. We're not supposed to feel sympathetic for him. We're supposed to watch this guy be completely oblivious that you're a racist piece of shit. That actually what's wrong with America is you." And we watch him not understand that the whole movie until the very end. And so anybody who watches that movie and they walk away with it like, that's weird. Why did they make it so him so? As a matter of fact, this is what I tell white dudes when they watch it. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad for feeling that way. I would just say, like, if you watched it and you found yourself like you had to like force yourself to not be empathetic with Michael Douglas, you might want to ask yourself why. Because it was clear out the gate for me. You know what I mean? But we don't find out his wife has a restraining order on him. Yeah, and then you have to wonder why his wife has a restraining order on him. So there's obviously a history. He has an anger issue, right? But yeah, it was clear to me, watching him treat the Asian, store clerk the way he did. There was another Asian cop who he acted the same way, and then there was a gay couple that he was fucking shitty to and had shitty words to say. He was like, he's not a good person. So it was really weird to hear people talk about how like he wasn't like they didn't like seeing a movie that made him empathetic, because I was like, they didn't? Like I wasn't empathizing with him, so it sounds like that's a task for you. All right, let's watch the next one here. Says this is a 60-minute segment. What Trump Musk moves on U.S. aid can mean for government agencies. Before we start this one, if you are in the chat and this is your first time here, but he's the main character of the movie, exactly. Yeah, it's the whole it's the thing with it's literal media literacy. Folks hate conservatism but love the hell out of Highway to Heaven. But the movie, yeah. Excuse me. For those who are new here, I'm Robo, and this is Left Face TV, and I stream 3 times a week: Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Mondays and Fridays are right here on Left Face, and I stream on Twitch and YouTube. I'm live right now on both sides. And on Mondays, we usually do stuff like this, where we just kind of like, pick a topic and we kind of deep dive. We watched the documentary on the Congo a couple weeks ago, or last week maybe, I don't know. And today we're just kind of going through videos that talking about like the effects that, Trump and Elon Musk are going through. But on, at least twice a week, because Nerds of Culture, which is on the channel Blur Without Fear, and then if you just watch the scrolling thing at the bottom, you'll see the links soon enough. But Nerds of Culture, I stream over on Blur Without Fear with Ernie, the Blur Without Fear, and it's a nerd show, but we like talk about it from like a leftist sort of lens, where we go over like racism in movies or comic books or video games and talk about stuff like that. So and Fridays we do the Fallout Report, which is kind of going over all the headlines of the week and just kind of providing analysis and commentary on it. I am a leftist. I am anti-war. I am anti-capitalism, but I did grow up a conservative and spent 23 years in the Air Force and am a combat veteran. For some people, that's a red line, and they leave the community, which I'll be honest with you, does not upset me. I actually do understand. But I think I'm an okay person. So if you stick around, I'm glad. And we do have a Discord. So there's a link to a Discord if you guys are looking for a community to share nerd shit with and talk politics and all that stuff. Discord. All right. Let's watch this.
It's too soon to tell how serious President Trump is in defiance of the Constitution. In his first 28 days, he signed an order to nullify birthright citizenship for some, a right guaranteed by the 14th Amendment, and he has closed agencies and frozen spending that Congress mandated by law. Lower courts are holding up many of the president's priorities, but nothing has risen to the Supreme Court, where these battles over presidential power could rewrite history. Presidents often push limits. FDR's New Deal.
There's just after Europe no longer has a security architecture that was established after World War II. America is still a member of NATO, but Europe can no longer automatically count on the U.S. coming to its aid in the event of an external attack. You're absolutely correct. This is shown by us pulling out of the Eastern Bloc countries, even though that our presence there is one of the only things that would prevent Putin from making a bad move. But we know that Trump is a Putin file. Everything that Trump is doing now with regard to the Panama Canal, with regard to Greenland, with regard to Canada, are things Putin would do. Trump has made no secret about the admiration that he has for Putin, and has even said things like, I wish I had generals like Hitler's, that were, he didn't mean like because he wanted to be a Nazi. He mean like how loyal they were. I mean, how is that still not a fucking problem? But yeah, Europe has met today, and a lot of European leaders have called it and said that, no, we can no longer rely on the United States. We need to be able to do this. And then, of course, how does that resonate with Trumpers? They'll go, good. Well, you need to be taking care of yourself, right? Because America first, and they don't understand what that means for like the globe, right? And I do think that ostracizing our allies in Europe is going to be good news for China, because China is not doing imperialism like the West is doing imperialism, right? They're doing it in a way that they obviously want to control the economy. They want the yen to replace the US dollar, obviously, right? But they're not trying to like take over shit to do it. They're not fucking destabilizing and bombing the fuck out of other countries to do it. Not calling them perfect. I know about the Uyghurs and all that, but if we continue to ostracize ourselves from Europe, I absolutely see BRICS, right? Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. I definitely see BRICS moving in and replacing us as an economic leader. And then we will see how that affects us. Canada will be poised to take over as the wealthy nation of North America, because Canada is going to be aligned with European shit, not fucking, they're not going to sync with America, with the United States, rather. We'll find his fan fiction soon enough. Yeah, you're right.
Bill, for example, and voters in this last election wanted change. But the scope and speed of Trump's reach for power may be unprecedented. One example is a 63-year-old agency created by Congress, codified in law, and eviscerated by Trump in a matter of days.
The story will continue in a moment.
What do you mean? Why?
People are really scared. I think that, 12 days ago, people knew where their next paycheck was coming from. They knew how they were going to pay for their kids' daycare.
Is this an ad?
Their medical bills, and then all gone overnight.
All gone overnight.
Oh, no, it's
for
not. Okay.
Christina Dry and Adam Dubard, fired this month in the chaotic shutdown of foreign aid distributed by the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID. More than 8,000 USAID employees were sent home by the administration.
They're not looking for competency. They're not looking for if you're good at your job. They're looking for pure loyalty tests. And if you don't give it, you will be punished.
And they had to leave the building. And these are folks who had decades and decades of public service serving USAID across administrations, from, George Bush to Obama to the first Trump administration. And they were never able to walk back in the building again.
There was no process? No one explained to them why they were being relieved?
To my knowledge, they received an email, and then if they didn't leave the building, they were escorted out of the building.
USAID was dismantled on Trump's order, even though it was mandated by Congress and its funding was required by law.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The president says he has the authority to shut down an independent agency like USAID.
He most definitely does not.
Andrew Natsios is a former member of the Republican National Committee. He's a professor of government at Texas A&M University, and in the Bush White House, he was administrator of USAID.
He cannot rescind federal law by executive order, and AID is a statutory agency. The Foreign Assistance Act, I believe, is 300 or 400 pages long. You can't rescind that without...
This is the problem with liberals. You know what liberals love to do? That's illegal. You can't do that. Fascists go. Who's going to stop me? You and what army? And that's what Trump is willing to do. Trump is willing to look at lawyers and judges and go, you and what army? Like the Justice Department. The fucking Justice Department he owns. Who the fuck else is, how do you enforce that? The judge says no. The president says, I don't give a fuck, I'm doing it anyway. What happens next? Then you're in a constitutional crisis and there is no enforcement. There's no way to enforce that. If sanctions are lifted from Russia, they return it to the G8. They give Russia part of the territory of Ukraine. This will be a great signal to all the bad guys. That war and the seizure of territory of other countries is good. Good people will lose if Putin wins these negotiations. Yeah.
An act of the Congress, and the Congress has not acted.
Acting on his own, the president started by destroying USAID's image. In online posts, the administration smeared USAID as, quote, a criminal organization and called employees worms.
USAID, it's a disaster. What the people, radical left lunatics.
About USAID, President Trump has said, quote, billions of dollars have been stolen. The whole thing is a fraud.
It's utter nonsense. The most accountable aid agency in the world is USAID. I've written actually widely on this subject. 40% of the staff are accountants and lawyers and people trying to make sure no money
You're the one who's
stolen.
stealing the money.
We created systems to monitor that. What they did was they went back 20 years to try to find things. If you have to go back 20 years to find abuse, that means there isn't that much abuse.
USAID's spending in 2023 was $38 billion. That's less than 1% of the federal budget. Natsios told us there is waste and occasional fraud like any big agency. Think of the Pentagon. But the money, he says, is watched by officials, including those in the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget.
The question is, why did the Congress approve all these contracts and grants and programs all these years? Why did OMB approve them? Why did the State Department, the F office controls all foreign aid spending. Every line item in the USAID budget is approved by 3 different bodies, the F office, OMB, and the Congressional Oversight Committees, of which there are 4. No one caught all these horrible abuses? That's just not believable.
Instead of asking Congress to change the law,
Trump
handed the budget axe to billionaire Elon Musk. Musk is racing through the government, cutting jobs and budgets with his own newly created organization he calls DOGE, or the Department of Government Efficiency.
The people voted for major government reform. There should be no doubt about that.
DOGE was authorized by Trump, and beginning in January.
Which, by the way, is not an argument that what you're doing is legal, right? I mean, that's the argument that I think most people need to like really, really understand. Go to Truth Social, go to conservative accounts and see what's going on. What are they saying? He's right. Trump is doing exactly what he said he was going to do. It was outlined in Project 2025, and they're like, fuck yeah, finally someone who's doing the thing. Does that mean that what they're doing with executive orders and what he has Elon Musk doing is legal? Why would you say that this is what the people wanted? Okay, what the fuck does that have to do with this being legal or not?
DOGE engineers rapidly gained wide access to the computer networks of the U.S. Treasury. A longtime Treasury official who tried to stop them was put on leave. Now, DOGE has accessed at least 19 other agencies.
You're principally reporting on what's happened to USAID. It's a dress rehearsal.
Chris Coons is a Democratic senator from Delaware, a member of the Committees on Appropriations and Foreign Relations.
Next up is the Department of Education. They're going to take it down next.
Yeah.
They're already talking about getting into and going after the Department of Labor, the Veterans Administration, the Department of Defense, the Social Security Administration.
The veterans, let me tell you something. I want you all to be ready, because your boy might not be streaming very often, because these people are about to go after the veterans, and I'm going to fucking laugh. I'm going to hate that I have to go back to work, but I will. And I'm going to fucking laugh all the way back to work. Because here's the thing. Cypher World, right? Lo Tigre, Chris Cypher. He is 100% VA disabled as well. But because of why he's disabled, his heart condition, they didn't let him stay in the service, and he got out. Lucky him. But because he didn't do a full 20 years, he doesn't get a retirement check and his disability check. He only can get one. So they officially medically retired him, but because the disability check is higher than that, he only gets one. I did 23 years. So since I did 20 or more, I get them both. I get my retirement check and I get my disability check. And I'm fine. My wife works and we're a dual income household, and I don't have to go to work. So I don't. One of the things that are in Project 2025 and have been, you know, lobbed up for Trump to hit or not hit is, do you allow veterans to continue to get concurrent pay? And if they take away concurrent pay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna fucking laugh. I've seen it on Facebook. I've seen it on veteran groups. If this happens, I'll be ruined. Yeah, well, maybe you and your fucking dumb fuck friends should have chose that at least. You know what I mean? Like you would think it would be because you're a good person, but nope, you're just gonna vote against your self-interest. I'm waiting for them to bring back Might Makes Right slogan again.
Why?
Not long.
Do you believe you have a sense of what DOGE is doing?
No, I think DOGE is an unelected, unofficial, small group of young tech bros who are charging into different federal agencies, getting into their core computer systems, doing things with them that at least I don't know the full details of.
What's LAMF? I'm trying to think. I'm sure it ends in motherfucker, right?
Copying and downloading reams of data.
What does it matter that DOGE has access to U.S. government computer systems?
I'm disabled, dude. Don't be
What matters
ableist.
is that the U.S. government has information about you, about me,
Oh,
our
that's right,
Social
that's right,
Security
that's right.
information, our Medicare, Medicaid, veteran.
By the way, can I just flex a little bit? I was going back and forth with Francesca, the Leopards Ate My Face lady, and she messaged, like, she said something back to me, but she put it in a video, and she goes, "I'm just putting it in a video because I don't want the words lost. I respect what you do, and I love you." I'm like, she knows who I am. Like, I'm not just. Oh, I was cheesing a little bit. I was like, she could have been like MAGA, and I'd be like, oh dang, yeah, maybe Trump's not so bad, Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Oh man. Now on a serious note, what age is too old for a man to spike his hair? Listen, you are in a leftist space with some people who just say, no, I'm progressive, whatever. But in this space, there's one thing that is always going to be true. that you have bodily autonomy and you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want to do with your body and your hair. How old is too old to spike your hair? The only you know you're too old to spike your hair when there's no hair to spike. If you have hair to spike, then spike it if you want to spike it. See? Until it falls out. Exactly. You got questions, I got answers. Let's go.
Veterans benefit payments, things that matter to us.
Like this guy right here. This guy's too old to spike his hair. Hey, you know, that's it. You found it.
Obviously, our tax filings. And if they have access to it and control it, they can change it.
DOGE demanded and received total control of USAID's unclassified computer network, including all financial and personnel files. One USAID employee told us that a DOGE engineer used the computer to give himself access to classified spaces in the building. That USAID employee told us they didn't know if the DOGE engineer entered those spaces, but the employee said that is the problem with all of this. We don't know what's been compromised.
What are they going to do with the information? Are they, we don't know who these people are. We don't know what controls have been placed on the information.
Randy Chester has worked for USAID 21 years under 4 presidents, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans. He represents the agency workforce for the American Foreign Service Association. DOGE arrived at USAID January 27th, and that same day, USAID's top 58 managers were given 45 minutes to get out. The 58 senior managers, how would you describe them?
They're the best professionals I've had the privilege to work with or work under. Their integrity is without question. I think to a person, they believe in the mission of USAID and they believe in the ideals of public service.
USAID's signage was hastily covered in what employees saw as a gleeful put-down. But this past week, there was a partial reprieve. A judge temporarily restored funds to USAID's partners working overseas. Already, at least 67 lawsuits have been filed against the new administration.
I don't know if they'll say as much, but yes, the judge said, nope, you have to let them back to work and you have to pay them. Has Trump did it? Has Trump done it? No. Trump has not done it. And they tried, there's some of these workers they can't even get in contact with. They just fucking said they left. And they're probably like, you know what? I'm good. This happened with nuclear officials. They did the same thing. And supposedly it was accidental that they fired Trump people who were like important for nuclear security and how to run the nuclear sites. Do you see similarities between the I see similarities between, I mean, if we just put it bluntly, this administration and the way it's doing stuff along, with the Heritage Foundation and Nazi fucking Germany. You know what I mean?
Fighter jets.
You can't see it.
Hey, Respawn.
Even if it's right next to it, it can't see.
24
2 years of funding
months.
the revolution one Bezos buck at a time. At this point, I expect Fucounism by my 36-month sub.
That's
Where's
right.
my comradeship badge and state-mandated Catboy made?
I just need to know, first of all, you get your Catboy made when we win, okay? Second of all, I find it super sus that the voice doesn't know how to say communism. Is it communism? Communism. Thank you, Ree, and welcome from the land down under. Come from the land down under.
In the Oval Office with Musk, Trump said, quote, "I always abide by the courts." But he also said this.
We want to weed out the corruption And it seems hard to believe that a judge could say, we don't want you to do that.
Man, every time I see him, like, I know it's old by now. I got it. Orange dictator. Got it. You know. How does he not see it though? Like, that's kind of weird. Like, he is super orange. Like, it's white around his eyes and lips. It contrasts with his white hair. It's so weird. Like, I get it. We've been talking about him being orange for fucking damn near a decade, but still, it's weird.
Well, so maybe we have to look at the judges.
Yeah, he looks
very
ill.
serious. I think it's a very serious violation.
We've seen flashpoints in these fights before. We've never seen this fight unfold across such a broad front and at such a basic level where a president is claiming so much of Congress's constitutional powers.
Stephen Vladeck is a professor of constitutional law at Georgetown University Law Center.
Fraud doesn't negate statutes that Congress has enacted. Fraud just provides an excuse for revisiting them. And so the problem is that you see these claims of fraud by President Trump, by Elon Musk, that really feel like they're fig leaves.
If it's a fig leaf, what are they covering up?
I think what we're really seeing is a consolidation of power. And so fraud provides a plausible sounding reason for running over what had been historical constraints, whether they were statutes or norms, limiting the president's ability to centralize power. The end game here seems to be
No. The short answer is no, I do not.
Controlling every single apparatus of the federal government directly out of the White House. And that's just never been how we've understood executive power.
In your view, what would the founders think of where we are today?
This is pretty much what I was saying right here. Actually, I have to do it over here.
I mean, the founders...
Who gives a fuck about the founders, first of all? I don't even care. Who?
Girl, look how orange you look, girl. Girl, look how orange you look, girl.
The way she looked. That's fucking Trump. Hey, what would... Okay, so our founders, right? Our slave-owning founders, you know, especially the ones that had like rape rooms, like Thomas Jefferson, wouldn't they be upset? Like, wouldn't this be like really upsetting for them to see, you know?
Were they, not an it. Even James Madison changed his mind about 17 times between when he wrote the Constitution and when he was president. So I think it's hard to generalize. I do think the founders would be very worried about just how much the tension that I think they thought they were creating among the branches has broken down. I mean, the idea is that we want a zealous executive. We want a zealous Congress. We want a zealous courts, because if they push at each other, that's how we'll find the limits. That's how we'll ensure that there's healthy checks and balances. But I think we can no longer dispute that Congress, which is supposed to be providing rigorous oversight of the executive branch, which is supposed to be reining in abuses by the executive branch, by the courts too, has largely stopped doing any of that.
Neither Elon Musk nor DOGE responded to our request for an interview. It was Musk who called USAID employees worms. In a post, he gloated about feeding the agency into the wood chipper. The world's richest man had cut off assistance to the world's poorest families.
I had to look this up just because I wasn't sure, but when we talk about the founders, you know how we can't imagine like certain like levels of money until we start like conceptualizing it. Like, we can't understand how rich. I think I put this okay, so Elon Musk fluctuates between like 190, 250. So let's just say 200 billion. $200 billion net worth, right? I should know this, but public math, you know what I'm saying? And I say this a lot, and I say, like, maybe somebody already knows because they remember. Yeah. Oh, I thought it was. I look it up all the time just to make this point, but I sometimes I forget it's that much. Elon Musk is so rich that if he lost 99% of his wealth, he would be only worth about $2 billion. Historians estimate that the British Empire, the United Kingdom, in 1776 was around 125 million pounds. Like, if Elon Musk could take his wealth back to where our founding fathers would, he could buy the world. Elon Musk would just be king of the world, which is what he's trying to do now. I guess he just has to settle for the United States. But he is, as an individual, is far wealthier than any founding father could ever. What did the founding fathers think? They'd be like, God damn, I wish Elon Musk was alive when I was alive, because we would definitely use him to become even more wealthy.
Musk spent nearly $250 million to get Trump and other Republicans elected. He collects billions in taxpayer dollars for his SpaceX rockets.
I think we're creating a system that violates the separation of powers and the checks and balances that are intended in the Constitution.
Republican Andrew Natsios, former head of USAID, spoke to us in Washington in part because he is not hearing public appeals to reason from fellow Republicans.
I am not a moderate Republican. I am a conservative Republican and a strict constructionist. The reason they're not saying anything, I think they're afraid. Musk has said that he would spend $100 million.
Which just means you're a piece of shit, right? I love when people try to do this, like, I distance myself and blah, 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 blah. Actually, yeah, I get it. You think that poor people should die on the street and that it's not the government's problem to pay for that stuff. Got it. All right. That doesn't make you better.
$1 million in primaries than anybody who opposed the president on anything. So I think there's a lot of fear in the city right now.
How do you view this moment in history?
I don't want to be
yeah,
too pessimistic, but it does appear we may be headed towards some sort of a constitutional crisis. I hope that doesn't happen. I pray it doesn't happen, but it's certainly concerning to me what's going on in the city right now.
Is the constitutional order breaking down?
We'll see if they refuse to enforce a court order by the Supreme Court.
How?
If it gets to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court rules against the administration on something and they refuse to enforce it, then we will have a constitutional crisis.
What happens then?
Well, I don't know.
No one knows.
No one knows.
Yeah, this guy's pretty smart. It's only 12 minutes. If you guys don't know who Richard Wolff is, he's a economist and socialist who has been trying for most of his life to get people to understand why socialist economics is good, actually. But if you guys ever like look him up and just check out his lectures, really, really smart. I've learned a lot from him.
Despite endless campaign promises, American factories remain shuttered and major brands still produce most of their goods overseas. According to economist Richard Wolff, it goes far beyond trade deficits or retaliatory tariffs. He argues that deeper economic forces are at play, driven by corporate decisions and profit-maximizing strategies, rather than the actions of any single country.
Problem of the United States and its manufacturing sector is much larger than this relationship between the United States and China.
In other words, Wolff believes it's too simplistic to claim that heavy tariffs or bilateral deals alone can reverse decades of outsourcing.
Is anybody else getting AI from this guy talking? I feel like I'm getting AI vibes.
Instead, he points to a system that naturally pushes companies to pursue cheaper labor and expanding consumer markets abroad. Throughout this video, we'll explore why manufacturing is unlikely to make a large-scale return, even as politicians across the spectrum keep promising new factory jobs just around the corner.
Mexico's going to take that
By examining
shit.
global markets,
And I hope they
industry
do.
realities, and political contradictions, we'll uncover what really shapes today's elusive Made in America dreams. Politicians often blame China for America's waning manufacturing sector, but economist Richard Wolff contends that this explanation is far too narrow. While U.S. leaders may campaign on promises to get tough,
I'm gonna show you all something after this. I'm gonna show you all something after this, and I don't think people really understand where AI is at. I'm gonna show you all something.
with China or any other nation, such rhetoric overlooks the fundamental drivers of globalization: lower labor costs abroad and the relentless pursuit of profit. In this view, the decline of American factories cannot be reduced to simple trade disputes or the actions of a single foreign competitor.
It is probably more accurate to say that China has become the scapegoat, the way for
As usual,
the leadership here
China.
in the United States to focus the upset of the American people about the loss of manufacturing on one particular country.
By framing China or any single country as the villain, policymakers deflect attention from the fact that corporations themselves decide where to locate production. If wages are significantly lower in Vietnam, Brazil, or another emerging market, and consumer demand is rising there, companies see this as an opportunity to boost profits. According to Wolff, this normal market-driven profit-maximizing behavior is at the heart of manufacturing's migration away from the United States. Additional context: recent World Bank data shows that nations in Southeast Asia continue to attract sizable foreign investment in manufacturing, suggesting that corporations are diversifying well beyond China. This trend further demonstrates Wolff's broader argument.
If you look up, I don't know if this is, so this is Business Core. They do a lot of, they share a lot of Richard Wolff stuff, but Richard Wolff also has his own channel. And if you look up like Richard Wolff lecture, he's done lectures on socialism and stuff, and just, it's not always on like on his channel though.
As long as lower wages and expanding markets exist elsewhere, U.S.-based production will struggle to compete. Attempting to punish a single country through tariffs or other measures can drive up consumer prices at home without fundamentally altering the global calculus for big business. Ultimately, focusing blame on any particular nation obscures the deeper logic of a system in which corporate boards, not government mandates, guide the movement of factories around the globe. For Richard Wolff, the core reason U.S. manufacturing has moved abroad is the relentless quest for higher profits. Corporations consistently seek out lower labor costs, fewer regulations, and access to rapidly expanding consumer markets. As soon as companies realize that production in another country can provide a cheaper or more lucrative option, they shift their operations accordingly. Wolff highlights that this trend isn't merely a matter of foreign competition, but rather the deliberate choices made by business leaders looking to maximize returns.
The decision to move manufacturing industry out of the United States, particularly over the last 30 to 40 years, was made by the corporate leadership of American industry. And one of the places that both U.S. and foreign capitalists moved their manufacturing was to the People's Republic of China.
It's not just China that benefits from this logic. Vietnam, Brazil, and other emerging economies also become prime destinations, offering lower wage rates and a burgeoning middle class eager to buy new products. In this sense, outsourcing becomes a win-win for executives. Cheaper production costs overseas align perfectly with fresh consumer markets. Yet, for American workers, the picture is far less rosy. As Wolff points out, each factory closure or offshore move leaves behind not only unemployed individuals, but entire communities that depended on those industrial jobs. Meanwhile, data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that manufacturing employment has struggled to rebound substantially, even in periods of economic growth. Critics argue that this pattern won't reverse anytime soon, since corporate boards answer primarily to shareholders, not national job markets. Under a market-driven system, firms that fail to pursue such cost savings risk falling behind competitors, perpetuating a cycle where offshoring feels inevitable. Politicians from both major parties frequently promise to revive American manufacturing, pledging to bring back jobs and prosperity to deindustrialized regions. However, as Richard Wolff observes, these commitments often amount to little more than campaign rhetoric. For decades, successive presidents have attempted to boost the sector through tax incentives, trade agreements, or direct subsidies, yet large-scale results have been elusive.
Every president out of the last 10 has campaigned on reviving manufacturing. Bush did it, Clinton did it, Obama did it, Biden did it. They all promise it, and none of them has achieved it.
While there have been scattered successes, such as short-term spikes in certain industries, global competition and cheaper labor markets abroad undercut many of these efforts. Studies from the Economic Policy Institute highlight that net manufacturing jobs in the United States have declined by millions over the past few decades, despite periodic upticks. Major corporations, responding to market pressures and seeking higher profits, often continue to relocate production lines to regions with lower wages and expanding consumer bases. In some cases, tariff policies and renegotiated trade agreements temporarily boost domestic manufacturing. Yet these measures also risk retaliatory actions from trading partners, increase consumer prices, and do little to address the fundamental logic driving capital overseas. According to Wolff, the real issue isn't any single piece of legislation, but an overall economic system that incentivizes businesses to seek the greatest returns, wherever in the world those may be found. Tariffs often make headlines as a way to defend American industries from cheaper foreign competition, but Richard Wolff cautions that such measures come with a heavy price tag for consumers. When a government imposes high duties on imported goods, domestic buyers ultimately pay more at the checkout line. This effect is magnified in sectors where American companies depend heavily on components sourced overseas.
We're going to do brain rot after this.
Wolff points out that efforts to protect certain U.S. industries can collide with the broader goal of controlling inflation.
If Mr. Trump resumes his program from his first period as president, namely to apply high tariffs to Chinese exports to the United States, if he does that, it will, of course, raise prices inside the United States.
The result is a policy contradiction, safeguarding local manufacturers while risking higher consumer costs and potential retaliation from trading partners. Recent data on inflation suggests that rising prices remain a concern for many Americans, adding further complexity to tariff strategies. Meanwhile, corporations dependent on global supply chains often warn that tariffs disrupt production and ultimately hurt their competitiveness. According to Wolff, the bigger issue is whether political leaders can balance the desire for domestic industrial protection with the reality that global markets and consumer price stability operate on entirely different incentives. According to Richard Wolff, the United States is split over its relationship with China, and this divide influences both business strategies and political agendas. On one side, industries reliant on Chinese production or exports seek continued cooperation, arguing.
Okay. All right. That, I'm not gonna lie, that AI voice is hard to listen to. I want to show you all something real quick. And look, I get it. AI is whatever, right? You guys, people don't like AI. I know. No one likes AI. However, I want to show you something. So I'm the treasurer on my chapters for my local DSA chapter, right? And there's this thing Google has called Notebook LM. And so what we're used to with AI is large language stuff, right? We know what ChatGPT is and stuff. But what Notebook LM is it's not doing large language stuff. You decide what it's going to use to do its work, right? Like you can't do it with nothing. So you plug in you plug in like your sources and stuff, and I'm trying to get my chapter incorporated, and we're going to become like an actual nonprofit organization, our chapter. And so I plug in all the training material that that DSA National gave, and I add it as a source. I add them all as sources. So now the AI is using this source, right? So if you don't like generative AI because it's stealing stuff, yada, 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 this isn't that. It's only using the stuff I give it. And now I can ask it questions based off this stuff. But this isn't what I want to show you. This isn't the impressive part. Everybody knows what ChatGPT is. Now this is just ChatGPT, but it uses this shit. What made me want to tell you is DSB said, I can see it's on what he said. I get, oh, kind of, but I hear a breath too. There is a thing here. There is a little thing you can do that I share with people because my fucking mind is blown. Okay? Blown. I should have clicked that right away and let it. What this will do is it takes your sources. Okay, it's just loading the old one. It takes your sources and creates a podcast that you can listen to based off of the sources that you input. And if you're wondering, okay, well, what does that sound like though? Let me tell you. I hear this and I'm like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Like, we are cooked. Yeah, I gotta put this volume up. Check this out.
Okay, so you're thinking about incorporating your DSA chapter. Well, awesome. We're here to help you figure it all out.
Yeah, it can seem pretty complicated at first.
Right, it can. But really, it's not as bad as it might seem. Think of this deep dive as your, guide.
Yeah, your roadmap.
Exactly, your roadmap.
Listen for the listen for verbal pauses, listen for breaths.
To transforming your chapter.
From just a casual gathering.
Go.
Right, into a, recognized nonprofit.
Yeah, a real organization.
Yeah. And we've got tons of resources to help us unpack all this. We've got excerpts from the DSA's own guides and manuals and FAQs.
We've even got flowcharts.
Oh yeah, flowcharts are always helpful. And even like a state-by-state breakdown to make it easy. So we've got all the tools. Let's get started. So first things.
This is fucking AI. They're back and forth. They're They're like, oh yeah. Flowcharts are always helpful. But anyways, it's like the way that they sound, completely like human beings having a conversation. And it was generated based off of the sources. It takes all the sources and analyzes it and then creates this fake conversation. And I'm telling you, my mind is fucking blown. Blown.
First, why should your chapter even bother with incorporating?
Well, I think the DSA guides actually hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
There are a ton of practical advantages.
Like what?
Well, for starters, like having an actual bank account.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. So you can manage your finances more effectively.
Exactly. It just makes things so much cleaner financially.
Right.
But it also signals to your members and to your donors that you're transparent and accountable.
Oh, that's a good point.
And plus, having a separate bank account in your chapter's name, it opens up a whole world of possibilities.
Like what?
Well, you can apply for grants and funding opportunities that just aren't available to
Am I the only one whose mind is blown? This shit is fucking wild. I just want to show you all that real quick. So I can clean and listen to this podcast while trying to oh, this is the steps I need to take to get my chapter incorporated. I think it's time for some brain rot. If you're new here, we do brain rot, and we're gonna start off. You need a mental palate sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Let's turn this into brain rot. Boom, 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 boom. We're gonna watch some Meat Canyon, but we also want some stuff. I can hear it, but I would be like, this is too cleaned up to be people. I don't believe you. You know what I think you're doing? You're doing that thing. Like, I can tell it's AI too, but here's what I think our brains do. I am still, oh wait, am I? Oh, what happened? Yeah, I froze. Oh, it's the YouTube side. Let me restart. What's going on with that? Test. It's, connecting stream. Oh, no, there you are. I think I'm back. I'm back now. I think I'm back. It says I'm good. It says excellent condition. Let me just make sure real quick before we start getting to this brain rot. Can you see me? Oh, somebody actually gave me a good... We're going to do something different this week. Something different than pop the balloon. Who was it? Send me something. Maybe it was down in... I think it was in the Discord, actually. Atomic Suggestions, was it that one? Oh yeah, I wanted to watch that one by Sigfang. Was it in Nerds of Culture? By the way, if y'all haven't started Severance, God, that show is so fucking good. Check out the pic. The pic. What are we talking about? Oh, is it you talking about this one? The You Are Not on My Level? There was somebody who did something. Maybe it was in the funny shit part. No, those are just memes. I don't know. Maybe General feels bad, man. All right, we're gonna look for something. Pop the balloon, find love. Woman, yeah, fuck it. I feel like we're gonna do this. No, there was something. All right, we're gonna do one contestant, and then I'm gonna look for it. There was because I remember getting it last week, and it was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be funny. No, you know what it was? Was it you, Jon Stewart, or maybe Bone Factory? Somebody sent me a link while I was live, and I was like, oh yeah, this is funny. And it was like, guess something. Oh, guess the white girl. Got it. That's what it was.
Welcome back to the Kevin Lang Show. I'm your host, Kevin Lang, and today we're doing Guess the White Girl.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Kevin Lang Show. I'm your host, Kevin Lang, and today we're doing Guess the White Girl. This is our last time doing it for 2024, so I figured the only way to end it properly is with the greatest Guessing White or Black People panel of all time.
Yes, sir.
I'm talking Denny Love, Herman Rice, Aaron Branch, and Christian Pierce are back.
Christian!
To take you back.
Christian! Hey, guys.
All right, and as always, we have 5 girls here. 4 of them are black, and 1 of them is white, and our job is to figure out who the white girl is. So, first round, actually, I have a plan. Well, you know what?
I'll tell you right now, you cannot tell by... It would be silly to try to go by body type for sure. I think that is a sure way to fail because they're all different kinds. Yeah, I'm gonna have to hear them talk.
figured it out. I figured it out.
So the toe.
That little toe tap. That little tapper.
That looked like she was trying to contain it, though, and couldn't contain it.
They can't resist the glow.
I will say, before we even started, Christian's dad actually called us, and this is what he thought.
My man. Yo, what's happening? Yo, we doing a Guess the White Girl again.
You couldn't find anything with more yellow to wear?
Oh my God.
So we're undefeated in terms of guessing the white and black girl, and this is our last time doing it in 2024, so we cannot get this wrong.
All right.
I'm gonna send you a photo right now.
Grandpa's look like he done guessed a lot of black girls.
All right, off looks, I'm gonna go with you first, Herm. What do you think? Who do you think is the white girl?
Beta! We got something called the litmus test. Y'all ever heard of that?
Science.
So, right, science, a little bit of science.
Shout out scientific.
With black women, we
BLM
got the
is
thickness
no
test.
good.
You know what I'm saying? Look, see, number 3. I feel like number 2 is
Thanks
black.
for the follow,
I feel like
question
number
mark.
4 is black.
Okay.
I feel like number 1, it just depends on the genes, but she's black as well. And I'm thinking number 3 is our white girl.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just the lack of thigh to hip ratio is just
Wow.
Everybody else is a little thick.
What science?
Number 5 might be Aaron. So I don't.
There it is.
There are some petite women out there.
See, this is what's shitty about this, all right? I'm gonna run it. I'm fine having fun, but then like dogging him because there's a person inside that thing. I wouldn't want that. Like, well, that guy, I don't know. He's a fat piece of shit. Maybe, I don't know. You know, I'm like, what? Wait, stop it. Being weird.
Well, they just may not be filling out this, because number 5, you think she's black? She look a little loose in the suit.
Loose in the suit.
Damn.
What are these?
But based off of the reaction to Glorilla, when Glorilla is played, that is almost spiritual to a black woman.
Yes.
And number 3, the way you got to tapping that little foot like you was in the quartet, to me, that's giving white out the gate.
I agree.
But does she get any points for being the only one that tapped anything at all?
But she
like
tapped,
she moved her
though.
body.
She
She did move her body. Everybody else was trying to contain it. She just
So you
kept
think
saying.
you think the blackness got loose in that
Exactly. Maybe. Potentially. I don't know.
But you know, she could have did her, was it 23andMe? She could be
20,
like
she might have a
3%
percentage.
Nigerian. You know how white people
And that
do.
3% is in the left
There
foot.
you go, just the left foot.
The left
That's where the
foot,
tap came.
Okay, and because it's important, we have a white man on the panel, so what would you say?
Damn.
Who's speaking to you?
So what I'm thinking is,
You're just gonna answer. You're just gonna be like, thank you. So here's what I'm thinking.
but what we can't forget is whoever wins, and remember this, has to provide Herm with shelter for the next week and a half. So I think right now, what I'm going for, you already came at me. What I'm thinking for right now,
Right, I didn't, look, he had to justify it.
He keeping receipts.
He had to justify it.
I think it's number 4. That's what
white
I'm saying.
girl?
I think, the white girl.
Yes.
3 to me, I think it's a white girl. I think 1, 2, 4, and 5 were holding on for dear life when Glorilla was playing for that point second. And 3 was like, oh, it's a party.
Yeah.
You know?
I love her.
Yes. And also when they walked in, I was like, hey. And she was like,
Yeah.
you know,
Hands
and
in
one
the
thing I
sky.
know from the White Whisperer is when women dance, when white women dance,
The hair,
that can put
the
a spell on the
hands,
sky.
yeah.
Right? So when I saw that little spell
That's what they
action,
do. Look at their fingers.
Number 5 looks over it.
Number
does.
5.
Does not want to be here.
her hands have not moved.
Aw.
There we go.
There.
Well, did Christian give your vote? What'd you say?
I think it's 3 or 5.
3 or 5?
3 or 5, yeah.
Nah, it's not 5.
5 standing like Avatar. I swear to God. We're gonna move on to the intro round and talk to you guys a little bit more, okay? Starting with you, number 1. What is your name? Where are you from? And what is your favorite thing about being a white girl?
Okay, so I am from Texas.
Black.
What part of Texas?
What's
It's
your
a
name?
small town called McKinney.
Okay.
My name is Kaylee.
What's your favorite thing about being a white girl?
I would say just the culture. I don't know.
The culture?
What culture?
Yeah, we have a culture, like the things that we do. I mean, like, it's kind of different. Like, a lot of us, we snowboard. You guys do a lot of, you know.
Wait,
You
but
been snowboarding?
you're from Texas.
Yeah.
Right. Where'd you go snowboarding at?
Montana.
That's cap.
Yeah, also in Switzerland, too.
Kaylee, what's something else that is popular in white girl?
There's no white culture, and everybody snowboards. There's black snowboarders. That is the dumbest shit. And by the way, That's how you know she's white. She's white.
Culture.
Tell us more about the culture. Line dancing and mayonnaise, bro.
Yeah.
Actually, line dancing is really big in Montana. So we actually do line dancing like every Tuesday and Thursday in Montana. So that's cool.
She does have a little white giggle.
North Face is a culture. Yeah.
What do you do for work, Kaylee?
So I actually do live streaming for clothing.
You live stream?
Yeah, I live stream for clothing that helps sell clothing online for a Chinese company.
You know what Fashion Nova is?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
White girls
That's
don't
what
be
I'm saying.
knowing
You know what,
Fashion
you know
Nova.
what Sheen
That's
is?
not true. That's not true. That's not
white girls don't
true.
know about this stuff.
Anybody who says, when you ask somebody what their favorite thing about being white and they say the culture, they're on some Storm the Capitol type.
Yeah.
That's the only culture they have.
All right, number 2. What is your name? Where are you? I'm right here, number 2. What is your name? Where are you from? And what's your favorite thing about being a white girl?
I'm a D.
As in D, blackest girl on the panel.
Wait, D, what is your full name?
D Block.
Denisha?
She can't say it. Look at her.
Diamond.
Oh, yeah.
No further questions, Your Honor.
She black.
So, Diamond, where are you from?
I'm Baltimore.
That's a black ass city, bro. Have you ever been
Maryland.
There you go. Maryland's better.
What's your favorite thing about being a white girl?
My hair. I like that it's mine. It's real.
Nah. She's black. See, the other one did like a for real, like I'm dumb. Like that first one is white, and because she didn't say like, oh, the culture because of mayonnaise. Like, you know, no, she said some dumb shit like snowboarding is white culture. Shut the fuck up. That's white shit. Her saying my hair's real, nah, you wouldn't say that shit to a bunch of black people in the room. I'm just saying, no way. She's black. And then how the mask look. I feel like, see, I didn't want to go by the hair because I'm like, I feel like if I was a white girl coming into this contest, I would put my hair in braids and then make a bun or something to like throw people off. So I didn't want to go off that. That answer is what sold it. My dog is begging to go outside. So I'm gonna do that, like that deadly sin, that ultimate sin of streaming, where you watch someone else's content and there's an empty chair. I'm doing that right now. Sorry, I gotta take my dogs out.
Oh, whoa.
I get to wash it every day.
Okay.
See, honestly,
That was interesting. No, say what you're gonna say.
She's just baffled. Number one is
white women not that bold to say that around black women.
Right?
Because they know they gotta take that uniform off.
100%.
Right. Joking or not, she knows she gotta see them black girls back there when they change.
Especially the it's mine.
It's mine.
It's mine was crazy.
Yeah.
Where'd you go to school in Baltimore?
Baltimore Polytechnic Institute. Or college. Oh, college? I went to University of Maryland, College Park.
Yeah, there's hella black people there, bro.
100%.
Actually, College Park is like 80% white.
Is it? You see how she's setting us straight like this?
Yeah.
See how she's got something to say? She's trying to
bro.
convince us.
I know all she's hearing in her head is, it's 7 p.m. Friday.
D, could you tell me what PG stands for in PG County?
Well, they say pretty girl.
She's black.
Yeah.
Wrap it up.
There you go.
Number 3, what is your name, where are you from, and what's your favorite thing about being a white girl?
I'm Sam. I'm from Illinois.
Bro, that's
Got her.
Thank you guys for watching. Where are you from, Sam?
Illinois.
Damn.
What part?
Not even Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah, like half an hour outside of Chicago.
Where?
Lyle.
Oh,
Lyle? That just sounds like a white man.
Come on.
Is that over there by Naperville?
It is right next to Naperville.
Oh, so white. So white.
You ready? What is your favorite thing about being a white girl?
The privilege.
And she honestly means it. That's
That's the first time I ever
Look
felt
at number 2. Look at number 2. I've heard that answer before on the show.
Why was it so endearing the way she just stood on business like that?
Because she feels bad. It was real.
It didn't seem like she like felt bad. It seemed like she just was
What
like,
about the privilege? Where inside of the privilege? What's your favorite thing about
What you using it for?
Like inheritance.
I mean, I'm not afraid of the cops.
Bro, she's so white. What are you talking about?
The giggle after that is insane. She's standing on it.
Look at all those black girls.
Yeah, that's
But is she standing on it a little bit too hard?
No,
she's like, my
she
dad's
doing
a
her
cop. Why
job,
would I be
yeah.
scared?
But the same way number 2 is like, oh, like, at least it's my real hair. It's the same energy of like, yeah, it is what it is.
I'm not mad at it.
As the White Whisperer, here's what I'll say.
Dig deep.
I'm really digging here, and one of the things about being white, if you aren't guilty, then you just being honest about, like, she's just claiming it. She does have privilege. She's not guilty about it. A lot of people suffer from white guilt. She does not have that. She's just calling it spade a spade.
But also not being scared of the police. That's a favorable comment.
That is favorable. That is favorable.
But we appreciate it.
But she is acknowledging that some people are afraid.
She's being very, very honest.
She's very white.
She's trying to engage in reverse psychology and saying one of the most craziest things, hoping that we think that maybe you are. You see what I'm saying?
Samantha, it's October. How much pumpkin spice have you consumed?
Oh, wow.
Honestly, not much.
Not much, but you have gotten some in there.
Probably.
What's your favorite pumpkin thing to involve yourself in?
Yeah. Pumpkin pie.
Pumpkin pie?
Out of here.
Ain't nobody black eating pumpkin pie.
Crazy. Look at number 4.
We sweet potato.
Look at number 4.
Yeah. She said, girl, you done gave yourself away again. She's one of those white girls who you actually enjoy being with her. You know what I'm saying? But also it's like every once in a while she gonna say some things like
100%.
You gotta pull her aside. Sam.
All right, yeah, like Sam, you can't say that. We in the club.
Number 4. What? Standing on it.
Yeah, standing.
I think we can skip you. What is your, I'm out. What is your name? Where are you from? What's your favorite thing about being a white girl?
My name's Sarah. I'm sorry.
What you think about that pumpkin pie?
I'm from California.
California? Where at?
It's kind of complicated. Like,
The name of the city?
well, okay, I was born down here in LA, and then I lived in NorCal, and then now I'm back here, so.
What's complicated about that? You moved.
Is it like a military family situation? Is it like a...
No, I asked my dad to move because all my classmates were talking about moving, so we moved.
Oh, your classmates?
Yeah.
So you just convinced
You
your
migrated with your classmates?
No, okay, so I had classmates in preschool that would talk about, oh, we just moved, and I'm like, oh, I want to
Hold on,
move
so sorry,
too.
did you say preschool?
Wait, she might not be.
Wait, hold
white.
on.
Yeah, wait.
Did you say your classmates in preschool?
I don't know.
Were you a Rugrat?
Wait, how are you in preschool convincing your parents to move?
She might not be white, but she might have been adopted by white parents.
Maybe.
You know what I'm saying?
The way her head just dropped was in sorrow.
She was like, damn, I was.
They're so good. All right, Sarah. Blink twice if you need help. But
She's just a shy black girl.
Yeah.
Little anime black girl.
What's your favorite thing about being? Oh,
I knew it. I know it when I see it.
Oh, the shoulders just went out. Hey, she went.
You're an anime
I know
girl?
it when I see
I'm
it.
back. I'm back.
Hold on. Say it one more time.
I am.
I know.
I'm sorry. Okay? I'm not gonna even make any excuses. And I had to let my dogs out, and then I had to pee. I'm so sorry.
What you be watching?
So there's a lot. Like, have you ever seen Oron High School Host Club? Yeah.
Okay, hold on. The Finding Denny Love episode airs in January,
Damn.
okay? We don't need this right now.
You know what's so crazy? The green suit don't even stop Denny. He's just.
I see potential.
Yeah, we know. They all got green on.
Finding Denny Love. We went to Comic-Con and found the 10 most eligible anime women. Tuned into the Kevin Lake
Oh,
show to
did
watch.
she?
Been asking for us to
What'd I
find Denny
miss?
Love. We are doing it. It is going to be the season 2 finale, Finding Denny Love. It'll air in January. I don't even know. All I'll say is this. Denny's mom will be joining us.
Wait, have they already picked? Is there a new set of girls or something? But I thought I was watching.
Oh, you gonna drop?
What?
Okay, go.
I don't know if, like, it happens in the black community. Like, I'm sorry. I guess getting an allowance, maybe.
The allowance. We said a white girl, not a 12-year-old.
Right.
Do black people not get allowance?
Well, white people get allowance throughout their lives. It don't just stop when they're young, like for us.
Really?
Yeah, white people still
You get allowance when you're older?
I got white friends whose parents still pay their rent.
Yeah. I got allowance, but I had to give it back in gas money.
Wait, what?
Not every joke hits, guys. You got to.
Wait, are they all? These are the same women, right?
Keep time. Number 5. What you're allowed to like move a little bit.
You can.
Like, what is your name? Where are you from? What's your favorite thing about being a white girl?
My name's Pinky. Like,
Pinky.
Pinky? How do you spell that?
P-I.
That makes sense because you look like a Dr. Seuss character.
That is insane.
That's the Pinky you was thinking of?
I
Me and
don't know,
you
but that
probably
name-
we probably the only people know what Pinky
We
is.
had a whole different
There's a
Pinky we
more
was thinking
legendary
of.
Pinky.
I thought they already asked this question. That's why I'm
Yeah,
confused.
but she could still
She's
do
still
some
Pinky?
things.
Oh my God.
Pinky, where are you from?
I'm from California,
What part?
Lakewood.
That's like close to Compton.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing about being a white girl, Pinky?
My hair, cause it's long. It was a little hard to put this on. That's why it looks a little weird.
Can I ask you a question as a white girl? Do you think
Yep.
black women don't have long hair?
Democratic Socialist, DSA. Wait, what she say?
Can I ask you a question as a white girl? Do you think black women don't have long hair?
Damn.
No.
Oh, you said you don't think they have long hair.
I mean, they do have long hair.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Why do you sound black,
Pinky.
man?
She trying to say.
Do you see that?
That Compton was coming out.
Yeah. Now they do got long hair. I mean, they have whatever hair they want to have.
Pinky, what's your least
Wait,
favorite
do we
part
not
about being
think
a
that
white
two
woman?
is the
Color
obvious
braids.
one?
It's a little annoying. I feel like I should be allowed to do it too.
Why?
Oh, you want to wear them? Go to
Because
Jamaica.
they're cute.
All right, based on that intro, do we want to change our pick? I'm so sold on Sam being the white girl, but do you guys feel any differently?
It's either 1 or 3. Sorry.
Oh, I'm stupid. I am really dumb sometimes. I'm sorry. I thought we were trying to guess who was black. I'm like, it's 2. Clearly. It's 3 because she gave it away. Why? You're DSA in Atlanta? Oh shit, small world. I'm DSA in Savannah. I'm on the steering committee. You know, kind of important. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't even get voted in. I was like, oh, I'll do it.
Oh, I actually was gonna say I think 4 and 5 are just.
Someone tell me
nerdier
why.
black
How
women,
did
but they
3
are
give it
black
away?
Women. I just need to get to know number 5 a little bit more. I'm pretty sure number 4 is just an anime black.
Yeah.
So you feel like you know number 4 enough. Now you're trying to get to know number 5.
Yeah, number 5.
You got a different agenda, though.
That's what I'm saying.
He figures out the white girl within 30 seconds, and then his other agenda begins.
I think it's 3 or 1. I was thinking maybe 5.
Atlanta's dope. I wish.
Was born with like a whitish body.
Damn.
And
Wow.
what?
Why? Why are you killing her like
The
that?
first round is how they look.
Body's fine.
Christian, I've said some
Wait,
things,
what is
so
it?
I'm not.
Christian, can you elaborate? What is a whitish body?
There's no rhythm in it, Danny.
Yeah, like inflatable outside of a.
If I brought one of those like athletic step ladders out here,
Yeah.
I know.
she'd have it all tangled up in her ankles.
I did cheer.
You did
She
cheer?
can cheer.
Cheerleading?
Can we see one of the cheers you used to do?
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Oh,
Hey! Oh!
Here's the thing, though. Here's what I gotta tell. I gotta tell the white people in the room. If she's black, this is not the first time that she's been hearing it, and in a jovial manner. Not to say that that's okay, but
Okay. What you think now?
I think she ain't make the team.
Honestly,
You're
right.
right,
Now,
you're right,
I'm
you're
leaning
right.
more toward 3 and 4, if I'm being honest.
4?
3 and 4 a little bit
Why
too.
4?
I don't know. I just feel like there is a vibe there.
Whoever Savannah is,
I know.
not
Or look like
Savannah.
Harriet Tubman under that mask.
Whoever Sarah is.
Black.
Which one was Sarah? Because that was the one that was like, I thought that was very obvious that she was white.
That last comment messed me up, but
Am I lying, Herm?
I'm just gonna move on because I say enough crazy things.
This side of the table does get pretty crazy.
I'm gonna go with number 3 is still my white girl, and I'm only saying this because we can slightly see through the mask. Everybody else, their lips kind of are bubbled out.
wow.
Their lips are sinking into the mask.
They sink.
Thanks to Golden Nugget Online Casino for
Gambling, really? Be better. Be better. Not everybody got to be a socialist, but you don't got to do gambling, home skillet.
I'm feeling good about 3. Let's start with Christian's question, which is, we're going on you, number 1. What is your least favorite thing about being a white girl?
In Texas, I've lived in a lot of places, but just in Texas, like, it's almost as if, like, if you're white, you're not able to have like, an opinion about certain things.
In that McKinney town?
We'll see how fast we can put this up.
Places in Texas.
Hold on. Oh man, I cannot believe that someone would write this. This is so inappropriate. What the fuck, people? That's bad. Luigi.
Okay. She backtracked.
Yeah,
If you had
all
said
I don't know Texas to be shy about opinions.
Especially if you're a Texan.
Look, here's the deal. You're a neighborly sheet poster. I hope this doesn't like oh, this is not the spot for me then. But let me, as your friendly neighborhood streamer, give you know how like some people are against the death penalty, and when you ask them why, it's like because life is precious, and you know, if you kill a murderer, now there's 2 murderers, and you know, that kind of stuff. That's not within my moral framework. As somebody who is I am a humanist, but I'm also in some ways I hate these as like concrete labels, but like, you know, consequentialist and stuff like that. But harm reduction, right? And like I do believe that there are people who deserve death. And the only reason why I do not support the death penalty is because I do not believe that I wouldn't even trust the state. Like, even if it was like, okay, then it's going to be because people think it's, there's a jury of peers involved. Like, no. If there's a chance you can get it wrong even once, then you don't get to do it. That would be my opinion. Extrajudicial killing, mob violence. I've done this before and it's backfired because it's like, I don't appreciate that. So I'm not going to use direct examples. I'm just going to say if somebody, and that's fine. It's fine. I'm just trying to clarify where I'm coming from. I'm not really trying to like change. Like, we're going to sit here until your mind is changed. Thank you, Cody Cope, for the follow, my comrade. My thought process isn't on like, would I go do it? No, because I like my freedom. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, just, I like my freedom. I do not have the mental, like, I wouldn't do it. I just wouldn't do it. As a matter of fact, just if this makes you feel better, I would say, I agree with you, people shouldn't do it, right? I think that what Luigi did, right, if we're talking on a practical level, Luigi killed one person who is immediately replaced, right? If he caused some sort of like shockwave that, you know, like saved lives and, you know, completely upended the industry and stuff like that, then I would say that, okay, what he did was great and I'm glad he did it and he should have done it. And if we can go back in time, do it again. But he didn't do it and he got locked up, right? Which means he can do nothing for his community. He could do nothing for his nation. He can't be an activist. He can't protest. He can't firebomb. He can't do shit. And it's like, I don't know that killing that dude actually did anything. That's not to say that I think it was the immoral thing to do, right? I think that people should be doing the more effective thing. In Elon Musk's case, I like being live. I'm just going to stop the conversation right there. Y'all can just read my mind if you want. This shit is normalized. It may lead to private grievances against people who aren't CEOs. I don't think so. I disagree only because I feel like the sentiment was obvious. the sentiment was obvious. I think that if it was like, oh, do you see how, oh man, that was a long shot. Oh, that was a dope ass shot. Did you see the way the guy just flopped? Like, you know what I mean? Like, no, it was about the industry. It was about like if there was a revolution, if you were said, hey, we're going to rise up against this Nazi party, you would have to kill somebody, right? Sometimes the moral thing is to kill somebody, right? I don't, like if you had to save somebody you loved or save yourself, you wouldn't just, you'd be like, no, I must let the person die because killing is bad. It's just where is that line for people? That's all. But yeah, but as far as Elon Musk goes, I do not condone any harm coming to him. I would just say, as a matter of fact, it would be a much greater harm reduction to remove Elon Musk than it was to remove that CEO of the insurance place. Nazis' lives do not matter.
Who likes the culture.
Right. Yes.
Okay, so just for one example, like I forgot which number said it, about the braids, like that's just one thing. I feel like we all should just be able to wear braids. It's just hair, but like...
She's black.
They're like, oh, but you're white. So...
Well, Kaylee, you said that you're big on white culture. Why do you need to get involved in black culture?
Well, that's the thing. We're all humans. So if we want to actually
fake.
like
she's playing.
To be together, we need to share each other's culture, not just gatekeep.
Well, what y'all gonna give us?
Snowboarding and mayonnaise. That's what it said right here. We giving them.
I feel like people, especially here in the South, need to know what's going on, Clallan. I think people need to understand something. As somebody who lived in Washington State for 11 years and has been snowboarding, there are a lot of black people on the mountain. If you went to Snoqualmie, ski and snowboarding resort, you would see plenty of black people. Let's just remove the whole black people don't do XYZ, because you will find black people everywhere.
Sports, rap, and everything. They're giving us mayo and some snow.
That's all we want is some mayonnaise to you?
I actually love mayo. I'm not gonna lie to you. Take y'all for the mayo.
Ding, 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 ding,
My brother was a lie. I like mayonnaise.
Let's go to number.
Your neighborly shippo. So I hope you come back. I definitely like the way you say it. Enjoy your black girl guessing show. Let me make something clear. That made me laugh. I don't know why. Let me make something clear for people who are new here, just came in. Lots of black hockey players. This is the end. This is the end of the stream where we do brain rot. Sometimes it's pop the balloon. Sometimes it's like, something like this. So we're just kind of like, it's brain dead stuff. I stream 3 times a week. So I stream on Mondays and Fridays. Or as people in the chat will let you know, air quotes 3 times a week. Sometimes I don't, but I try to stream 3 times a week, Mondays and Fridays here. And then I do like a nerd show on Thursday at the channel Blurred Without Fear, where me and Ernie, the Blurred Without Fear, thanks for the follow, Clallan. That's that first L, by the way. If it's your actual name, then I apologize for saying what I'm about to say. But that first L, I feel like you put that there just to like make it hard to say. Is your name Colin? Anyways, sorry. Fuck. You see what you did? See what that L did? You derailed the whole stream. Thursdays. Fridays, I do a thing called the follow report for the whole week. I'm just kidding, by the way. I do the whole week, and then we do we meet right back here. And we go over headlines and we talk about shit, and I bullshit. And I use my life experience as a former conservative and somebody who's did 23 years in the military and is now a anti-military socialist. So I use my life experience as to inform my analysis. And that's it. Don't let them lie. You're right, actually. They are all nerd shows, but I feel like the Thursday one is the nerdiest, because we do like social and analysis, but of like comic books and video games and shit. So used to live in Washington State too. Look at that. Look at that. The background for my name is I wanted to name my character, Galaxy's character, Colin, in 2003. I accidentally put an extra L and accepted the name. So that's what I ended up with. If I spelled it right, the name would have been taken like all the others I tried to. That's what's up. That's what's up. Just watched the MSNBC Lawrence O'Donnell's video on Musk guiding Social Security. I'm on SSDI. Colin will harm people I know too. Musk is trying to get into IRS and Fort Knox. Let him fuck you up. Tax returns people will take to the streets. Yeah, there you go. We were actually talking about this earlier. Somebody in chat, I can't remember who it was because my brain, shits out things after about 5 seconds. I'm like that dude in the movie Memento, I feel a lot of times. But you got to break shit to fix shit. And I'm not an accelerationist. And as a combat veteran, the idea of a civil war or a violent revolution is, I'm not gonna lie, and I'm not even being facetious, is horrifying. When I watched that movie Civil War and they got to the mass bodies thing, and then that one dude with the pink glasses was like, "What kind of American are you?" I'm like, oh, this. Oh my God, dude. Can you imagine being in some suburban neighborhood and watching your neighbors get pulled out because they're in the wrong part? Or you get pulled out, and like, hey, why, we saw that, that you are one of the communist pigs who, we saw your Twitch and they find out where I live, pull me out and shoot me in the head, because the country is falling. Like, that's the type of shit I think about. And that's why I'm a democratic socialist, because I'm like, hey, maybe we could do something before we get to that part. You know what I mean? And, but yeah, Cody's right. Like, eventually, like, if this shit's not going to fix, then it's like, okay, well, you got to have the material conditions for this shit to happen anyway. So since we're waiting for the material conditions to happen, I'll tell you what's going to get us closer is, I don't know, take away a bunch of veterans' disability, take away a bunch of working classes' disability, their parents' disability, their grandparents' disability. Like, yeah, I mean, the way we keep going is like, okay, we're about to meet these material conditions plenty quick. Left Varia. Yeah, thanks to man, I would be the best dictator. But I saw CGP Gray's rules for leaders, and I was like, damn it, yeah, I probably wouldn't. I'd probably be assassinated pretty quick. I tell people my brain is like an Airbnb. Info checks in. Nice. Oh man, yeah. White people are dumb. They think Trump. Yeah. Yep. But here's the thing though. Here's what white people and you know what they're like? Like Candace Owens of the world, right? The black and brown conservative people that think Trump loves them. I don't think they're gonna get the wall right away. I think they're gonna be like vampire familiars, saying to Bone Factory's point, every stream's a nerd stream. But I think they're gonna be used as vampire familiars. You know what I mean? Because, like, do you think like our founding fathers liked poor people? They fucking hated poor people. But who's gonna fucking be the working class? You have to have poor people. So they're gonna. I don't think thralls. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't think white's gonna have the same meaning. If shit goes worst case scenario. Short background on my political view is I was mainstream Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders, MSNBC leftist. So not a leftist. That's okay. It's okay. I wasn't for a long time too. If you were supporting Joe Biden, you can't. But I think that's just my brain. I'm being pedantic unnecessarily. But then my best friend from childhood chewed me out and blocked me for being that way and stealing his taxpayer dollars by being on SSDI. So you got a taste of that. That's why I was talking about that Republican earlier. That other guy was like, oh, I'm a constitutionalist and I'm a conservative Republican. And Trump is bad and blah, blah. Bitch, you're the reason why we're here. So I've definitely been trying to explore views closer to his. So I've been trying to explore views. Wow, that is not where I saw that sentence going, my friend. Definitely won't convert all the way, but kind of try to see both sides now. Colin, your best friend, you are on SSDI, which means you are disabled to the point where you get to be giving a small amount of money from the government to help you out. And your best friend tells you that, well, it doesn't tell you, he blocks you after telling you you're stealing my taxpayer dollars. You're stealing their taxpayer dollars because you're disabled and live in a government that provides a pittance. I'm assuming that you're like not driving like a 2025 Dodge Challenger because you're getting SSDI, right? I mean, like, are you like, do you have like a single family home and take weekly trips to Aspen or something? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're probably not extremely wealthy, right? You can eat, right? You can eat food and you can drive a 2004 Honda Accord. And your friend is mad about that. First of all, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that motherfucker is not your friend. That is somebody that you need to kick to the curb like yesterday. That is the shittiest, saddest story I've ever heard. I am disabled and I get money from the government because of it. And my best friend said, I'm a fucking leech and a parasite. And the next part of your sentence is, so I'm trying to see things from both sides now. No. What I thought where I thought that story was going was, and that let me know just how fucking ghoulish the right's thought process is. Like, I always thought, this is where I thought, I'm you now. This is where I thought the rest of your story was going. And and before this moment, I always tried to look at both sides. But it was right here when I realized that even somebody who I thought loved me, my best friend, was so heartless as to say that I was stealing his tax dollars. And he showed me what real American conservatives are like. They are heartless ghouls who would rather see you die on the street than pay taxes to take care of you. And so now I'm a socialist, right? The end. Just wanted to tell you about my life. My name is Colin. There's still time. If that dude unblocked you because you're trying to, if that dude unblocked you, I said, I don't know. If that person unblocked you, oh, you did say his, then I would say just reblock and like Cody Culp said, he did you a favor. So just count your stars as somebody who you thought was a best friend, but instead calls you a parasite. I'm using the word parasite, but I feel like that he wanted to say that, you know.
Number 2, while Kaylee figures out how she's going to get herself out of this. Diamond, what's your least favorite thing about?
By the way, that might have been like I don't know if that was like heartless. You know, I mean, I imagine if that was your best friend, maybe this is how you're like coping with it. Like, oh yeah, maybe I need to see a side. I imagine, I just want to acknowledge, I'm sure it'd be pretty fucking painful to be like, wow, my best friend's a piece of shit. And I didn't want to kind of like, I was thinking about that, man. I'm like, yeah, probably sucks, but you'll be better off in the long run.
Being a white girl.
I really wish I could dance. I do TikTok, I do, you know, like the TikTok dances, and I just don't have as much rhythm, and I can't really get the steps right.
I think you can.
Let's see one of your TikTok dances.
Yes, we would love
We'll
to.
start with this one. I'm a savage, yeah. Classy, moody, nasty, yeah. Savage, patty, yeah. Acting stupid, what's happening? What's happening?
Oh.
I'm a savage,
Hey.
yeah. See?
But also, it's something in her when the music is playing. She's really trying not to shake her hips, but they just moving
got
by
right to
themselves.
it.
You know what I'm saying? They just look, they swaying now.
Do you think a white girl would admit something like that? Do you think they would even be self-aware of something like that?
That's it. That's it right there.
White women think they can dance.
They think they can dance.
Yeah.
Ask number 3. Number 3.
Damn, that's rough. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know if my family has access to my stream, so I'll just put it like this. I have family members, and I don't know why. Okay, Clawlin, I'm gonna cope right now too. So, want to hear my cope? I have family members that are Trumpers, and I feel like there's tiers to this thing, right? There's my family, and then there's like storm the Capitol. And then there's still one more tier about like, God, I can't wait to get rid of all the Jews and black people, right? I think my loved ones are in the first tier, and that first tier is, I'm not a piece of shit. I think that it's actually the Democrats who are jealous. You know, they've convinced themselves that the Republican is just a Christian way of doing things, and I'm sorry, I just don't agree with children having sex changes and right, because they've been like fed all this rotten bullshit. So it's like I always like hope that people in like tier 1, like you can wake up, see the truth, and be like, oh my God, how stupid was I? You know what I mean? People in tier 2 and 3, they're like gone. They need to be not extrajudicially culled. They need to have a stern talking to. No walls involved. Conservatives have a lot of weirdo views on unemployment. Yeah, weirdo is a word. They're bad. They're bad people. They're bad people. That's what conservatism is. You're a bad person. By the way, I think one of my best friends is a conservative, and I tell them, I do believe that the human experience is way too multifaceted. I mean, I guess you can. Like, I mean, if you're like the best person ever, but you harm children, then okay, yeah, that's enough. But you know, when he talks about small government, he's tricked himself into thinking, well, then that will encourage people to take care of themselves, and people take care of each other more better in communities and yada yada yada. It's just this thing that obviously has not worked, because that is what happens here, and yet people die on the streets, and we make houselessness illegal and all that shit, right? And it's like, no. And so now I tell anybody who's willing to listen to me, you know, conservatism just means, if you die on the street for being poor, that's not my problem. That is literally like, nobody is I mean, I am 44 years old. I've seen a lot. I've experienced a lot. And I'm telling you right now, if you tell me that you are conservative, the only thing that tells me is I want to make my own money, and other children who are hungry in school, other people who are poor, down on their luck, other people who suffer from disabilities, that is not my problem to take care of them. Of course, I'll fund the fire department and the police department, because that affects me. I want to have the police department to call. I want to have the police department to call. Free lunch in school? I don't even have kids. Why the fuck would I pay in that, right? This is the mentality. It's a very selfish, disgusting way to look at the world. Tommy does better than the Republicans, and it doesn't. They got their losers fighting culture wars as the leaders got the future. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, either you know what he signed a bill. There's less than 1% of trans athletes in intercollegiate sports, and you know there's he signed an executive order that bans people who trans people from participating in the section of the club. Bro, what is going? Am I having a stroke? That bans trans people from participating in the class that they identify with. So, but then I asked those people, as you applaud, no, the reveal has been made. I've been getting stun luck. Sorry. Like, okay, so but the price of eggs is still going up. What happened? What are we doing here? Fucking dumb. You know what they're like? You know what Trump voters are like? They're like babies with keys, right? Their mom had to go to an appointment. The baby got left with a babysitter, right? And the babysitter is Elon Musk. And then the baby starts crying, and then you just shake some keys, and oh shit, and that's what they're like. Like, hey, all the shit that you voted for him for is not happening. I mean, except the bad shit. The bad shit that you wanted because you're a racist piece of shit, that's happening. But what about, like, I would like more money in my pockets, right? Like, how many fucking black and brown Trump voters have I heard? I'm sorry, I had more money in my pockets when, okay, where we at? What policies have happened? How many executive orders have been signed, and how many of those orders are going to affect money in your pocket? You dumb, stupid motherfucker. It's woke.
What's your least favorite thing about being a white girl?
I don't like spicy food.
Oh, wow.
Oh, take care, Cody.
Spicy food.
Thanks for dropping in.
Is pepper spicy to you?
It can be.
Oh my God. This is the whitest woman.
Come
That's
on.
crazy. She just said it can be.
That's crazy.
Pepper.
If there's too much of it, it like burns your mouth.
She's doubling down.
Ooh.
Double up.
She is so
Confidently
white.
said, well, come on, guys, there's too much.
She's like, come on, have you had it? What's your favorite
takeout?
How do you dish?
Yeah.
Probably.
Let's say it on 3 together.
3.
You got it?
I got a video to send your buddy. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hopefully I can find it.
2, 1.
Miso
Chicken
soup.
Alfredo.
Miso soup?
Holy shit.
She's Japanese.
I never saw that coming.
There's the twist. She's Japanese.
That's a twist for sure. Have you ever had a fruitcake?
No.
Okay.
Aaron, like I had one this morning.
Not the same.
Okay, Sam, have you ever been to a cookout?
You don't believe that, Tariq.
Yeah, I go to monthly
You don't
barbecues.
believe that.
Monthly barbecues?
Barbecues?
Zay, is this your wife? Who is this white woman up here? Who is this?
Who are these monthly barbecues for?
My friend hosts them.
Black people don't do it monthly.
That's
we just
crazy.
do it when we feel
That's
like
too
it.
expensive.
And if it's monthly, we not bringing them. We're going to have everybody else bring the stuff.
That's not a cookout, that's a cult.
That's a cult. That's a cult. Monthly.
And y'all eating unseasoned food?
And miso
No,
soup.
they have their
No, there's pepper on it.
A picnic with pepper and miso soup, mayonnaise.
They got gift bags at these barbecues when you leave.
No, it's us all just like hanging out.
Is it outside?
Yeah, we have a bonfire pit.
Do you have?
Hold on. Wait, hold on. This is monthly.
Bonfire.
There's bonfires.
Bonfire was it.
Hold on. Hold on.
Well, black people do.
Black people have bonfires.
Black people
We do bonfires.
But not year round.
What time of the day?
Not
What time
year
of the
round.
day?
It's at night.
It's at night.
Hold on.
No, we do bonfires.
Black
We do
people
beach
do
bonfires.
Let us don't play yourself, Kev.
What are y'all
You're finna
wearing?
play yourself.
What are y'all wearing?
Do you have shoes on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 4. What is your least favorite thing about being a white person?
In songs, like, I like to hear Kendrick Lamar's music, and like he has a lot of explicit words that I can't say, and it makes me sad.
So you want to be able to say.
Yeah. Well, no, like, I'm just sad that like.
Head tilt. Funniest thing I've seen all day.
Bro, she was so sweet about it.
Yeah, I was.
What's your favorite Kendrick song?
All of them.
I like obviously right now I'm like on Not Like Us. Like when that's another thing actually. Like everyone's learning how to crip walk and stuff, but like I know, like living in LA, I know that's not gonna go down well. If
She be in the car like, you think the bay gonna let you disrespect Pop?
It's 7 p.m. Friday. I ain't got ain't got me.
That must be really hard for white people to do that. There's no way they all doing that.
Yeah, they don't.
They're not bleeping.
So when you're by,
We're not in the car. They're not bleeping.
Sam, when you're by yourself in the car, do you say the N-word when you're rapping?
Never.
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 Do you wish you could say it sometimes?
No, because there's so much history behind it.
I see.
Good answer, Sam.
She seems like the
Good
type.
answer.
She also
Good
seems like the
answer.
type that just wouldn't play it. She's like, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Pinky, what's your least favorite thing about being a white girl?
I really want to get dreads, but like.
Dread. We just went way past braids.
Like,
We did.
Hey, Tariq, check that link out. So when you hear about like the dead people getting Social Security, it's bullshit. It's most everything that Elon Musk has said about anything has been complete bullshit, or outright lies. Outright lies. Maybe I should do a video on that. But Lo Tigre, what's going on? Welcome back. El Cifer. Yeah, this thing is not it's not a thing. It's all based on like the programming language, and he's just full of shit. He's not a good person. He's not a good person.
I don't know if it's possible.
But I do understand the desire to want to be like, okay, like they can't be. And I think this is where I was for a long time as I was moving left, is like, yeah, there's bad things that the right does, but I mean, like, well, it's not like they're like literal demons, you know what I mean? Like, and the longer I pay attention to politics, the longer I continue to digest and educate myself, the longer I realize that maybe I think what we do by accident is I think we apply the grace we're giving to the people in our lives, right? Like, I have to be honest, my mother and father are both Trump supporters. And so, but I don't give the politician the same grace I give my parents. The elites, the people in power, don't get that same grace. These people are absolute fucking demons. Absolute demons. They are willing to spend the next 4 years, and they don't care who gets hurt if they can come out the other side with more billions of dollars. Even now, I gotta be honest, I don't know. My dad says something pretty like exciting. And then he told me, he's like, me and your mother didn't even vote this year. And I didn't want to push it because I knew my heart would break if because I got happy, but I'm like, you know what? I don't know. I'm gonna leave it alone right now. And I think they might be shooken to death. They might be shooken to death. But they definitely were like, yeah, Trump is dope in 2016. So, you know, yeah, small victories. Yeah, baby steps.
I'm already about 4 and 5. Safe.
Can I just say to all the white people watching, please stop wearing dreads. It makes me very uncomfortable. I don't like to see it. It never looks good. Don't do it no more.
Well, hold on, because Kelly has a different opinion.
Well, I'm about to say this, Denny. They'll stop wearing dreads if you stop dating white women. Is that an agreement?
Well, I stopped dating white women in 2022.
Can we turn the camera back here?
And I'll stop when you get a side tooth. I think that'll be.
I'll stop when you grow a little bit.
I'll stop when you go to Turkey and get that head done.
I stop when them grades coming in, like you 36 and you 27.
Okay.
I'll stop when you get a home.
Oh my God.
I got one. I'll stop when your mom stopped visiting.
Let's get to the.
I'm not gonna lie. I felt like they were getting heated for a little bit. And they're like, you know what? We're just gonna cut it. We're gonna laugh and we're just gonna stop. That's wild, though.
Number one, what's the most racist thing you've ever done?
I've never done anything racist.
Cap.
That's so crazy.
Seriously.
Did anybody else consider it racist? Maybe not you.
You were talking about how you feel like white girls don't have a lot of like their opinions on being heard.
Exactly, which is why I never done anything racist, because I don't say my opinions out.
You just be thinking racist.
Yeah, no. No, absolutely not.
D, what's the most racist thing you've ever done?
Well, when I was younger, there's no excuse for this, but I went to Starbucks, and I'm very friendly with the cashier, and so there was
Two
a
is
super
playing
long
the game.
line,
She
and
wants to be
I
picked.
kind of cut the line. The black lady behind me kind of got upset.
Oh shit!
But
What's going on, Secret Regent? What's up, fellas? She says the show. Here's the thing, though. Number 2 is a black girl. I think everybody knows it's 3, and I'm gonna laugh if it's not, though. By the way.
But, I realized it was, my privilege, and
Number 2 is trying to
it
trick
just
them.
wasn't right.
That wasn't racist. You was being an asshole.
Yeah, that was it.
Wait, your
And I
privilege.
felt like you actually did that
No,
as
she
the
used
black
her
woman.
privilege to cut the
Did you
black
cut her?
woman.
Did you cut her off because she was black? Did you look at her and be like,
she was
"Man,"
young,
and
she
then
was
get in front
white.
of her?
Well,
Like, bitch, you don't know how to order a latte? Get out the way.
The PC police
She's
have
like,
no
"Excuse me,
say in
Rosa
stuff. I
Parks."
remember when the Twit PC police
But
went
I had to
nuts
think to myself,
over
I
that
did
girl
some
who
deep
did a
reflection.
traditional Balinese dance.
Okay.
Hey, we could
I have no idea what you're on about. Genghis Khan 233. 3 is a great actress. She's black. I mean, like, nah, you're right. Yeah, but what if she's like oh, boom, distracted. Is this a traditional leftist stream or a radical leftist stream? Like, am I allowed to make fun? What? What? What the fuck just happened here? What? Which one of the leftists are allowed to do that? Or am I only allowed to make fun of white girls? Okay, first of all, Secret Region, are you black? That's the first question. We will wait. Second of all, I feel like let me reload. Okay. So you're not black. Okay, that's weird. That's a weird question, and that's a weird desire to have. Like, can I make fun of black people? I don't understand what that means. Or do you mean like if a black person does something dumb and silly, like, that person's dumb, are you like, but you're not allowed to call them dumb because they're black? Is that what you mean? That's a very weird question. It's a weird question. Second of all, I feel like I think what you're asking is this like a liberal show? Like, do we consider ourselves Democrats? Or are we leftists, meaning like we're socialists? And what I'm saying is, this is a socialist. I'm a socialist. I'm a democratic socialist. The Rose is democratic socialist, right? And I'm a fuck Trump, and I think that we are heading toward we are driving off a cliff right now. But Biden was a genocidal piece of shit, and we are where we are because the system is broken. There we go.
Okay.
If it was a white man, then maybe I would have done it. Maybe I would have taken a second thought.
She's 6 years old, sipping on a fucking frappuccino, being like, I should reflect on this more.
Having inner thoughts.
Yeah.
But what she wanted to say is, and something told me.
Sam, what's the most racist thing you've ever done?
I can't think of anything specific. Probably.
What part? What part? And don't bring up immigration. I think that's bad, and we're gonna disagree on that. How's he doing on like the cost of things? Where is he? Is he doing good on that?
Y'all hear the fear and the
I won't be telling that story.
I grew up in a very white area, so.
Did you now?
I did. I said it was near Naperville.
We heard about the barbecues.
Yeah.
I defended Biden for 2.5 years. Not to the point where I was like, yeah, he's good. I mean, I don't think anybody's, if you're a capitalist, you're not good. But I was always talking to people about Biden and how he was for the labor, and we definitely don't want Trump back in. And then fucking October 7th happened. you know? And I think it's a little weird the way that some people are kind of like, yeah, I get it, but type shit. You know what I mean? It's a fucking genocide. It's a genocide. And I will say this much. I voted for Kamala Harris, but I felt really gross doing it. And I only did it because I was in a swing state and I knew Trump would be that bad. However, for people who couldn't vote for Harris because of the genocide, I think that is also valid. I think that's very, very, very valid. I'm not gonna lie, you scared me for a second. I wasn't sure if you were trolling. I wasn't so like I wasn't sure where you were going, but you're okay. You're good. You're good. We good. We straight.
So probably just like, I can't think of anything specific, but I'm sure when I was younger, I did things out of not knowing.
Not knowing, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for, like accidental racism.
Well, Sam, how many black people y'all be inviting to the gathering?
A good chunk. I don't know. I'm not in charge of the invites. They're not my barbecues. I just go.
She said, I'm not in charge of it. There'll be none.
Hey, can we come, Sam? Wait a minute. I got it.
She got the vocal fry too. I kind of want to just like, this is a lot, man. This was an hour. Calm down, peoples. We'll go from here.
Hey, there it is. It's in his shoulder. It was in his shoulder.
Okay, Kevin. Okay, Kevin.
Wow. Get it. Wipe the shoes.
Get it.
That's enough, Kev.
Damn.
I said she loose in the suit. Yeah, I think she loose in her suit. Yeah, I said she loose in her suit.
Start the lawnmower.
I said she loose in her suit. That dice, throw the dice. I said she loose in her suit.
Hold on, we gotta see. We gotta see 3 though. So that's 5. So that means 3 was back here somewhere.
Yeah.
Doing an African dance. That's get it.
Beat me. The one. All right. I don't know.
Kill it, D. Kill it, D.
Go ahead.
There we go.
Twerk it.
Oh yeah, see? That's it right there. That's it right there. He said, I'm gonna be the best. Kill my vibe. This is it. You can't fake that. This is 3 is it, 100%.
Go ahead.
Look at
All right, bring in.
You did a great job. Number 3. Good job.
Anime girl. All right, Christian, here we go.
Get it.
Roll the boat. You better roll that boat. You better roll that boat. You better roll that boat. You better roll it. You better roll it. You better roll it. You better roll that boat. You better roll that boat. Roll that boat. Yeah.
Okay. Keep going.
You played in her face.
Over.
What are you doing?
She grabbed it.
What?
I'm tired
Oh.
of you.
I'm tired of you too. You know
I
what?
ain't gonna lie to you. You've been using all my goddamn shaving cream.
Yeah.
You've been using my razors, and now my razors come back with a whole bunch of hairs in them. I don't know from where.
Well, you wearing my clothes. Maybe if you start wearing my clothes, I'll
Well,
start.
you wear unisex clothes, okay?
You do that.
First woman in a while, so this is shocking for you to see as well.
Here we go.
What are these
So
setups?
after this, we're gonna go to Dave & Buster's, and then I'm gonna feed you some mayonnaise in bed.
What the hell is this?
Whoa.
What? I can't.
What?
Being Mickey Mouse.
Dude up there may be more believable.
Pie.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, that's what we want.
Whoa, what are you doing here, baby?
I cannot believe what.
Yeah.
What is going on?
This is this. Look out, baby.
As you should be. Hey.
Oh, wow, that's
Yo, what the f is going on?
Oh, hey, how you doing?
I was doing well. What is this?
I was doing well. This is some malarkey.
Oh, you just having coffee. You know, it can be 2. You know, we can make it work.
Absolutely not. I can't believe you didn't even try talking to me. Like it can be 2. No.
Well, I was interviewing her to see if you might like it. No, don't be like that.
Don't touch me. Hold up. No. This is it. Screw you.
She said, "Screw you."
She's beautiful, and that's
Okay, can we just like, all right. There we go. Yeah, everybody's gonna vote 3. I mean, everybody better vote 3. That's silly. Someone voted 2? Nah. Oh, wait. I get it.
Once we get her plugged back in, she'll tell us about her black siblings. So,
Sam, you had me at chips at the cookout. And I think you, well, a variety of chips at the cookout. I think you are so pleasantly white as a Midwestern white would be, and you're great.
Sam, you had me at Sam. That's all I'm gonna say, man. That's my pick.
Aaron?
Yeah, it's definitely you, Sam. I hope to come to the bonfire one day and meet Cody and Kyle and all the other
Snowball,
Mark, Bob and Richard.
Eric. Tanner.
Yeah, I generally gave everybody like the same assessment, and I think maybe I thought it was 4 for a second, but I think you're right. Maybe she's like an anime, nerdy black girl, which I think if anime, like Japanese culture plus black, I think that makes you Filipino. And then Sam, I wasn't sure if Sam was the white girl, but then the monthly meetings are giving clan, and the miso soup is giving bland. So,
wow, that was really good,
Christian.
All right, that is a 5 for 5. We're gonna have you guys take your mask off now in the order in which I tell you. All right, so starting with Diamond. Take your mask off and let's see.
You know, I don't like. What is the? You know, like when people cheat at a game, it's kind of like, why do people cheat, right? It's like you ruin the game, you know? If I was a piece of shit Trumper, right? If I was like a fucking like scum piece of shit MAGA Trumper and I wanted to troll in somebody's stream, I would do it in a way that would be like, oh, I'm going to try to like pretend like I'm being, you know, reasonable. But really, I'm just kind of like swirling around, trying to like, you know, bother, right, and be obtuse, and then you're just gonna say something fucking outright racist. Get the fuck out of here.
Take your mask off.
This is so scary.
She's got so black as hell.
Yeah! All right, Sarah, let's see your mask.
We got so quiet.
Watch out for your dreads.
She's like, shut up, nigga.
Hey! All right, Kaylee, let's see that culture.
let's see that culture.
Okay.
Help her out, D. I love this. Black on black, looking out for you.
McKinley.
Hey! You tried. Okay.
I did.
This is it. This is the last Guess the White Girl 2024. We get this right, we are undefeated for a whole year. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Come on! The streak continues.
They killed number 5 the whole first part, though. Like, damn. God damn.
Well, let me just say, y'all have been the greatest ending to this series. We're going to keep doing it, but y'all have
You standing like the Avatar.
been the best one this year so far.
Shit.
Y'all have been the best one. Thank you so much for coming out.
All right. Enough of that. Oh, man. In case I haven't been obvious about it, I'm super influenced by people I loved in childhood, like my anti-welfare best friend, and now I'm very pro-Israel girl I had a crush on in 5th grade. Ooh, that's the only one I could feel. That's the only one I could understand. Like, I can't get mad at you for that. I know it's ridiculous to give these people disproportionate space in my mind, but I almost can't help it. Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, I would say get you the time. I have a chain too. I do have a chain. Here's what I'll tell you, Colin. That I don't know how old you are, and I will say this much: it doesn't really matter, because I would say I was a pretty fucking immature dumbass when I was 30. So like, it's not really about your maturity. But I probably didn't start like really like. I was a late bloomer. Could Congress organize a second impeachment after 2026? Republicans have majority in, they have a super majority. I mean, shit, they have an ultra majority because they have the executive branch, they have the House, they have the Senate, and most of the Supreme Court judges are conservative. Like anything the Republicans want to do, they're just going to fucking do it. Because they value their position, even if they disagree. They want to be voted in. They know going against Trump is going to get them removed. Here's what I'll tell you, Claude. You said a little younger than me. All right. My brother in Christ. So that means that you are somewhere between, I don't know, I'll give you 38 to 44, somewhere in there. You have to. I would say it is dangerous, my friend. It is dangerous to not have your own moral and ethical framework. Your own moral and ethical framework. If you allow yourself to be able to be like so fluid without your own personal analysis, then you're allowing yourself the opportunity to get bamboozled into some really, really destructive stuff. And I don't even mean that facetiously. I mean, like, what happens if, the love of your life or your best friend or something, wants you to join a cult or wants you to join the Proud Boys or, like, hey, I want you to join this group. And everybody says they're a Nazi group, but they're totally not a Nazi group. You know what I mean? It's like you have to be able to have that framework yourself. It's why I'm not into identity politics, right? There's a streamer out there named Vosh that gets a lot of shit for this. And I don't really watch him so much anymore. Not because I think I just kind of outgrew that kind of content, but one thing that I would always that people would always tell me is that, oh, Vosh hates black people. And I'm like, every time I would ask, like, can you give me an example of why Vosh is racist? And they would send me some clip about, I don't give a fuck about, that she's a black woman. She's wrong. Right. And it'll be clips like that. And I would say that he would say shit that is like tone deaf. It's a lot of shit, but really even though I wouldn't say it like that, the spirit of it is true. And the only way to show that is like, okay, is Candace Owens right? If you can understand that Candace Owens is actually Candace Owens, then you automatically understand I'm not concerned if you're a black woman or not. Now, I think it's a very stupid, reductive statement that he made because clearly people's lived experiences is important. I am going to give deference to a black woman on certain topics, but, and here's the key, Colin, this is why. If I'm talking to a black woman, I'm going to respect her experiences. I'm going to respect what she has to say about topics that affect her and her people and people like her, right? But I have my own moral framework, right? And so what that means is all the information that I get to learn from her as a black woman still passes through my own solid moral framework. So she talks to me about feminism. Good, it passes. Even if it's new shit, by the way, right? She talks to me about some new shit, but I'm still gonna like, yeah, that's good. That's good. That passes the smell test, right? And then all of a sudden, she tells me, and that's why, I think that all white people should be lined up and gassed. Like, that's maybe a silly example because it's so extreme, but it's kind of how I build my moral framework. Like, it has to pass even extreme examples. Like, do I give her a pass for saying something like that? You know what I mean? If I'm talking to a black man and he's telling me about his lived experience, and one of the things that he tells me is that, and that's why we need police officers, and that's why I think ACAB is dumb, right? I don't give a fuck that he's black anymore. That bangs against my own moral framework. It doesn't pass the filter. And I'm like, no, like the cop police are a product of the white supremacist system. They were born out of fucking slave catchers. and they uphold in a white supremacist system. And if he were to tell me, I'm a black man, I think I've had enough experience with the cops, and I'm telling you right now that what you're saying is harmful to black people, I'm gonna tell him, I don't give a fuck. You know, like, no, you're wrong. And that's what I mean by like having your own moral framework that allows you to learn from other people without being led down paths that don't really jive with your own principles. Otherwise, then you don't have any principles. You know what I mean? And you gotta figure that part out. That's the problem with language, isn't it? It's hard to speak and then tack on all these qualifiers at the same time. That's why scientific papers are voluminous and other forms of, yes, 100%, absolutely. Like Colin, like it is my moral framework that lets me know that what has happened in Gaza is a genocide, and that the entire Zionist, political Zionist experiment is a product of white supremacy. It is settler colonization, right? I don't care if the person trying to tell me I'm wrong is Jewish. See what I'm saying? Because you notice how identity only ever matters when they agree with what's being said. Like, I need to listen to what a Jewish person says about Zionism and how I'm wrong. But when I bring up a Jewish person who's not for Zionism, or if I bring up Jewish ultra-Orthodox that think Zionism is actually a sin, if I bring up any other Jewish person who disagrees, now I'm tokenizing. Now I'm, you know what I mean? It's always very convenient that way, isn't it? And so I can't trust. I need to be able to learn from people while passing their information through my own moral framework. So in that way, when I am learning about Zionism and I learned what happened, and I learned that the white people that were Jewish in Europe that got exiled from the Levant fucking 2 millennia ago, 1400, over some between 1,000 and 2,000 years. Like, it was definitely 2,000 years before they had a kingdom there. 2,500 years actually. It's like 2,300 years ago they had a kingdom there. 2,000 years ago, and your holy book and written tradition says that's your land. That's fucking ridiculous. And what do you think happens? I never argue that I don't argue that the Ashkenazi and other the Jewish diaspora are not Jewish. I don't ever fucking say anything like that. I don't play with that. I don't care about genetics. I don't care about DNA. I don't care about any of that shit, because it doesn't really fucking matter to me anyway. Because as a leftist, I think that a bunch of Jewish people who then seek refuge in the Levant should be welcomed with open arms anyway, right? There was an opportunity. Chairman, oh, I missed it. Chairman Shenandoah. Thank you. I appreciate the follow. Take care, Cypher World. Take care. I've been in jail mental issues before, so clearly I don't have best judgment when I do my own thinking. Well, just get medicated and get help. You know what I mean? But I don't know where I know that word from. Where do I know Shenandoah from? Shenandoah. I've heard it before. Is it a city? Is it the place? It is a place. Okay. River Park. I'm trying to figure out why I know it. Now I gotta Google it. Oh, the national park. Duh. Okay. Shenandoah. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I'm rambling. Bottom line is, I know it's fucking evil, and just because you're Jewish doesn't mean you get to, you know what I mean? The religious Zionists are a minority. I understand. Yeah. And that's the argument from populism anyway. You know what I mean? people are like, do you understand that like 90% of Jews are Zionists? And they say that to people who don't have a secure moral framework, because what that tells you is, are you willing to disagree with 90% of Jewish people, one of the most oppressed people on this earth, right? Like, are you willing to do that? And if you are not secure in your moral framework, then yeah, maybe you hesitate. Like, oh, fuck, 90%, god damn. And I'd be like, bitch, if it's 100%, because here's what I'll ask you. Take a group of people that you respect, and if they told you, if 100% of that marginalized group told you it was okay to have sex with a 5-year-old, would you then second guess that because so many people in that marginalized group told you that was okay? No, because doing that is harm. Doing that is pedophilia. Doing that is something that you've already solidified, hopefully, I guess I'm assuming. I'm assuming that you've already solidified that in your moral framework, that is wrong. So if I told you, did you know that 90% of Jews think this very horrible thing? You'd be like, yeah, I would still disagree, because okay. So now we have to build on that. We have to be more confident not more confident. No, it's not even about confidence. It's about more read, pick your sources, and more educated on it. If you're not reading books by Black activists, that's legal now. Yeah, shit. Just waiting. Trump will be like, yeah, changing it to, what was the girl? She was 14, right? The one that he was held civilly liable for rape. I think she was like 14 or something. Okay. I'm rambling. You get it. I'm sorry for preaching at you. I mean, this is a stream, so this is what, it's what I'm supposed to do, I guess. Anyways, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs, that is the end of the show. This is Left Face TV. I'm Robo. I want to thank everybody for coming in. And in supporting, whether you followed, subbed, donated, it's all appreciated. One thing that I will ask is whenever I stream, if you come back, just do me a favor and share me on the socials. I am trying to grow. And I'm trying to make this more consistent thing. So Secret Region, thanks. I appreciate the follow. I am live on YouTube and Twitch. I simulcast. So if YouTube is more your thing, then head over there, and vice versa. And especially if you're on YouTube, make sure the notification's on so you let me know. If you want, if you're looking for a community, I have a Discord, and I don't know, I put it in that one. I have a Discord. There's 2 sections. So there's parts to talk about movies, video games, things like that. And then there's another section for politics. So sometimes if you get overwhelmed and you want a break from the world's on fire, I did it in 2 separate groups on purpose. So that way you can go to the politics category and mute the category. You don't have to mute the whole server or leave. So there's that. That's really it. That's all I have. And I will see you all on either Thursday over on Blurred Without Fear, YouTube's channel, for Nerds of Culture, or right back here on Friday night for Left Face TV again. We'll do some Fallout report and go over the headlines. Remember that as you're out there taking care of everyone else, do not forget to take care of yourself. And remember that joy is radical. Take care. I love you all.